Next up, it's Heat 856, Phase 2. Lane 1 will belong to car 526 of Emma Roseland in Lane 1. Lane 2, car 532 of Kason Hayes. Hayes in Lane 2. And in lane number 3, car 534 of Paige Marthy. Marthy in Lane 3. Couple of past world champions in this heat. We'll tell you about that in a second. They're on track. Roseland, lane 1. Hayes, lane 2. Marthy in lane 3. Roseland, the 2021 local Masters world champion, on track. Hayes, a 3-time world champion. He's on track as well in lane 2. Had the lead in this heat by .022 over Emma. Paige .032 back after one phase.
Results are in for phase number 2 of Heat 856. And leading the way, it's Kason Hayes. Kason Hayes, followed by a really close margin of 2/1000ths of a second for Emma Roseland, and then at .096 for Paige Marthy.
Getting set now for Heat 857, Phase 1. As we rerun this after we had a guardrail hit the first time around between these three champs. Lane 1, it's car 513 from Bemis Point, New York, Annie Davis. Davis in lane 1. In lane 2, it's car 527 from Centennial, Colorado, Caden Comstock. Comstock in lane 2. And in lane 3, it'll be car 518 of Savannah Huggins out of Unionville, Virginia. Huggins in lane 3. So the champs from regions 9, 4, and 8 making their way down towards the halfway marker here. Racing down over that tunnel. Here they come in for a finish. Looked clean that time.
Okay.
Wait.
Yep.
You guys assess the penalty on that one? I'm not seeing it. I don't have times with a penalty in the aggregate.
Oh, it adds it into it right here.
Check my cup. Fine. Yeah, you got it, because that would have been 057. It's 157. You're good. That's my fault. Sorry.
No.
Okay. We have results in now for the rerun of phase 1 of Heat 857. And we have Caden Comstock out front, followed by Savannah Huggins with a difference of .068, and Annie Davis, .088.
On track now, it's Heat 860, Phase 1. In lane 1, car 525. Lane 2, car 546 of Ashton Grace. Lane 3, car 529 of Trevor Bean. They cross the finish line.
The results are in for phase one of heat 860, 860. And it is Vincent Negan leading the way. Well, wait a minute. Looks like we might have a dead heat here.
Sure do.
Yep. So we'll have to take that into account.
Vinny Niggin and Trevor Bean, a dead heat in that one, a dead phase. Ashton Grace, 0.023 behind. Good catch. I didn't see it either. So we've seen close racing all morning so far. First dead phase of the day in that one. 8:51, phase 3. This is 520, Veronica Stagnero. Stagnero in lane 2. And in lane 3, car 515 of Alex Graham. Graham, lane 3. Stagnero this heat after 2.
Results just in from the final phase of heat 851 and winning the heat. It is Veronica Stagnero with a margin over by Alex Gagek, 0.064, and then Alex Graham 0.135. So congratulations to Veronica.
Stagnero moving on, and we move on to another elimination phase. This is heat 852, phase 3. Lane 1 will be car 517 of Jonathan Johnson. Johnson in lane 1. In lane 2, car 523 of Jacob Ham. Ham in lane 2, and in lane 3, it'll be car 545 of Ryan Locker. Locker in lane 3. And they are. You got Johnson in lane 1. Locker with a gap of 0.032 to close here. Jonathan needing to make up 0.048.
Okay, the final results for heat 852 are in, and congratulations to Jacob Ham. Wins the heat. Yeah, celebrate. Followed by Jonathan Johnson, 0.036, and Ryan Locker at 0.075. Very close races.
Next up, it'll be heat 861, phase 1. Lane 1, it'll be car 541 from Lewis Center, Ohio, Jack Zimmerman. Zimmerman in lane 1. In lane 2, it's car 510 from St. Charles, Illinois, Logan Senholtz-Linder. Senholtz-Linder in lane 2. And in lane 3, it'll be car 530 of Noah Thomas. Thomas in lane 3. Our champs are loaded in, set to go, and they are on track. Zimmerman in lane 1, Senholtz-Linder in lane 2, Thomas in lane 3. Champs from region 6, 5, and 6 across the track. They are down past our halfway marker. Crossing the tunnel. Passing in front of the grandstand. Here's the finish.
Results are in for phase number 1 of Heat 861. And we have Logan Stenholtz, Linder, stepping out in front. So we have a very close race. Noah Thomas only 0.03 of a second behind. And then Jack Zimmerman at .020.
Some good racing between those three. .02 covers them all. We get ready for Heat 853, Phase 3. Lane 1, it is the pace car. One of these years, now that we've got this screen where we can see everybody's bio cards that they gave us at opening ceremonies, we need to make a fake bio card for the pace card. But I digress. Lane 2, it's car 536 of Colton Elman. And in lane 3, it's car 521 of Alyssa Gardner. They're on track. Elman lane 2, Gardner lane 3. Elman, the leader after 2, Gardner with .036 to make up if she wants to advance to the next round. See how these champs navigate lanes 2 and 3 as they come in for a finish.
Very close racing there. It is Colt Nelman of Hudson, car 536, taking that phase. Followed up not too far by Alyssa Gardner at .050.
Heat 862, Phase 1 is next. In lane 1, it's car 524 from Gretna, Nebraska, Pierce Van Wart. Van Wart in lane 1. In lane 2, it's car 507 from Woodstock, Illinois, Logan Smith. Smith in lane 2. And in lane 3, it's car 539 from Mount Gilead, Ohio, Ava Gayton. Gayton in lane 3. As they are on track now, Van Wart lane 1, Smith lane 2, Gayton lane 3. Champs from regions 4, 5, and 6 in lanes 1, 2, and 3. A future engineer, a future welder, or a future criminal physiologist. Let's see who's going to take this phase. Racing down now underneath the bridge.
Results in for phase 1 action of Heat 862. And we see Logan Smith stepping out front, followed by Pierce Van Wart with .035 difference and a .052 difference by Ava Gayton.
Heat 858, Phase 2 getting set. Lane 1 will belong to car 544 of Benji Eds. Eds in lane 1. In lane 2, it's car 535 of Miranda Terry. Terry in lane 2. And in lane 3, it's car 528 of Sydney Bien. Bien in lane 3. And we're racing. Eds lane 1, Terry lane 2, Bien lane 3. After one phase, it was Sydney in the lead by .018 over Miranda, .025 then. The gap from Sydney to Benji Eds as they cross the finish line.
8:58. Phase 2 results in, and it is Miranda Terry leading the way, followed very closely by Cindy Bean at .007 and Benji Edge at .017.
Heat 854, phase 3 coming your way next. In lane 1, it's car 519 of Kenneth Tomasello. Tomasello in lane 1. In lane 2, it's car 537 of Jacob Lanham. Lanham in lane 2. And in lane 3, it's car 505 of Logan Webb. Webb in lane 3. Getting these champs set to go. Lane 1, Tomasello, a soccer player who wants to be in the FBI. Lane 2, Lanham, a hunter, a fisherman, and a gamer who wants to go into construction. Webb, as these champs on track. Webb, a runner who wants to go into finance. Tomasello lane 1, Lanham lane 2, Webb lane 3. It was Tomasello leading the way after 2. Jacob with .045 to make up. Webb with .038 to make up. Who's it going to be?
Results in for Heat 854, and the heat goes to Kenneth Tomasello. That's a close race. We had Jacob Lanham off by .068 and Logan Webb off by .073.
Another elimination phase coming your way. This is 855 phase 3. Lane 1, it's car 516 of Eagleville, Pennsylvania's Aaron Donovan. Donovan in lane 1. Lane 2, car 531 of Jill Moore. Moore lane 2. And in lane 3, car 504 of Mason Webb. Webb in lane 3. As they are off and racing. Donovan lane 1, Moore lane 2, Webb lane 3. Webb your leader after 2 phases in this heat, but only by 2 1/1000ths over Aaron over there in lane 1. Still in the center with .082 to make up. They cross the line.
Another very close race. Okay, results are in for Heat 855, and that heat goes to Aaron Donovan. And well, like I said, it was a close race, and we had .056. Mason Webb was off, and then followed by .128 for Jill Moore. So it'll be Eric Donovan moving on.
Heat 863, phase 1. Next up, lane 1, it's going to be car 501 from Ocala, Florida, Corey Walker. Walker in lane 1. In lane 2, car 533 from Hurricane, West Virginia, Dakota Thomas. Thomas in lane 2. And in lane 3, it's car 509 of Davis Hinkle from Fishers, Indiana. Hinkle in lane 3. Interest for these 3 champs. Walker wants to be a mechanical engineer. Thomas wants to be the president of the Soapbox Derby, which kind of makes sense because Thomas is already a race director in West Virginia. Hinkle, meanwhile, wants to be a pharmacist. As these three champs on track, Walker lane 1, Thomas lane 2, Hinkle lane 3. Down past the halfway marker, these champs from region 7, 6, and 5 cross the finish line.
Results in for phase 1 action of Heat 863, and it goes to Dakota Thomas of Hurricane, West Virginia. And a close race, though, followed by Corey Walker at .013 and Davis Hinkle at .042.
Heat 859, phase 2 next. Lane 1, it's car 514 of Lincoln Tomasello. Tomasello in lane 1. In lane 2, it's car 503 of Noah Gordy. Gordy in lane 2. And in lane 3, car 511 of Jamison Cook. Cook in lane 3. We've got a skier in lane 1, as well as a gamer. We've got a piano player in lane 2. We're in lane 3, a paintball and airsoft player. As these three champs on track, Tomasello lane 1, Gordy lane 2, Cook lane 3. Gordy was your leader after the first phase by .020 over Jamison Cook. Tomasello with .033 to make up over there in lane 1. Across the finish line they go.
Heat 859, phase 2 results. Finds Noah Gordy stepping out front, followed by Lincoln Tomasello, and then Jamison Cook with .061 and .071 respectively.
Next up, it's Heat 864, phase 1. In lane 1, it's car 512 from Hilton, New York, Carly Murphy. Murphy in lane 1. In lane 2, it's car 502 from Ocala, Florida, Brianna Scalatino. Scalatino in lane 2. And in lane 3, car 508, Connor Magnuson. From Loves Park, Illinois, Magnuson in lane 3. As those three champs on track, Murphy lane 1, Scalatino lane 2, Magnuson lane 3. Murphy, a 4-time world champion. Career interests include being a rodeo clown, a professional iceberg mover, a dog surfing instructor, or a DEC officer. If it says it on the bio cards, it must be true. Those three champs across the finish line.
Results are in. Phase number 1, Heat 864, and that goes to Carly Murphy, followed closely by Connor Magnuson at .030 and by Brianna Scalatino at .044.
Next up, Heat 856. This is an elimination phase for these three champs. Lane 1, it'll be car 534 of Paige Marthy. Marthy, lane 1. Lane 2, car 526 of Emma Roseland. Roseland, lane 2. Lane 3, car 532 of Kaysen Hayes. Hayes in lane 3. I mentioned the last time these champs were on track, 2 previous world champions here. And they're separated by just 2/1000ths of a second after two phases. Hayes, your leader after two in lane 3. Roseland, 2/1000ths back, lane 2. Marthy with .096 to make up in lane 1. They are across the finish line.
Heat 856 results are in. And it is Emma Roseland who'll be advancing on, followed by Kason Hayes at .025 and .093 for Paige Marthy.
Next on track, we're going to see a test run. A couple of our champs we'll see later in the week set to go here. Our test run on track. These champs weren't here on Sunday. Weren't able to make it for test runs when we did those on Sunday, so they get their test run right now. And while they're coming down, do want to remind you, we've got some great vendors down there along the side of the track. I see Papa John's out there ready to serve you some pizza. And of course, we would be remiss. It would not be Derby week if we didn't have Ohio's best lemonade. They are here again, along with our friends at Custom Apparel. I hope you brought an extra suitcase because Custom Apparel has all kinds of awesome Derby swag down there for you. So make sure you come see Custom Apparel. All right, 8:57, phase 1 is next. You're probably saying, Jason, wait a minute. We already did that twice. Here's what happened. Last time down, we did have a wheel issue on one of the cars. This was not the fault of any of the champs, so there's not another penalty being assessed. But we are going to rerun Heat 857 phase 1 again. So this is 8:57 phase 1, take 3. Lane 1, car 513 of Annie Davis. Davis in lane 1. Lane 2, car 527 of Caden Comstock. Comstock in lane 2. Lane 3, it's car 518 of Savannah Huggins. Huggins in lane 3. As those champs on track once again. From regions 9, 4, and 8 across the track. Here they come down for the finish. We'll see if third time's the charm in Heat 857 phase 1.
Results in for phase 1 of Heat 857, and we got a good reading this time. We got Caden Comstock taking the lead there, followed up by Annie Davis at .067 and .07 for Savannah Huggins.
Heat 860 phase 2 is next. Lane 1, it'll be car 529 of Trevor Bien. Bean in lane 1. In lane 2, car 525 of Vinny Niggin. Niggin in lane 2. And in lane 3, it is car 546 of Ashton Grace. Grace in lane 3. They are off and racing. This is the heat where we had a dead phase in phase number 1. It was Bean and Niggin. A dead heat down to the 1,000ths of a second. Ashton Grace with .023 to make up in this one. As they come across the finish line.
Phase 2 action. Information just came in. We have Trevor Bean out in the front. Again, another close race. Vince Niggin off by 0.14, followed by Ashton Grace at .046.
Next, it'll be heat 861, phase 2. In lane 1, it'll be car 530 of Noah Thomas. Thomas in lane 1. In lane 2, car 541 of Jack Zimmerman. Zimmerman in lane 2. And in lane 3, it'll be car 510 of Logan Senholtz-Linder. Senholtz-Linder in lane 3. Those three champs off and racing. Thomas lane 1, Zimmerman lane 2, Senholtz-Linder in lane 3. Senholtz-Linder, your leader after one phase in this heat by 0.03 of a second over Noah Thomas. Zimmerman with about .02 to make up as they cross the finish line.
Phase 2 results. Logan Senholtz-Linder, car 510, takes this phase, followed very closely with .012 by Noah Thomas and Jack Zimmerman, .051.
Heat 862, phase 2 is next. Lane 1, car 539 of Ava Gayton. Gayton in lane 1. Lane 2, car 524 of Pierce Van Wart. Van Wart in lane 2. And in lane number 3, it's car 507 of Logan Smith. Smith in lane 3. And we are off and racing. Gayton, lane 1, Van Wart, lane 2, Smith, lane 3. It was Smith out front by .035 over Van Wart after one phase. See how they do with these lanes in phase 2 as they cross the line.
Okay, results in for phase number 2, heat 862, and it is Logan Smith leading the way, followed by Pierce Van Wart at .044 and Ava Gayton at .076.
858, elimination phase next. Lane 1, Sydney Bean. Bean in lane 1. Lane 3. after 2 at 7/1000ths of a second on Sydney. 17/1000ths over Benji. Who's it going to be?
All right, results are in for Heat 858, and it's Sydney Bean taking Heat 858, followed by Benji Edge with a difference of .02, and Miranda Terry at .036.
863B. One, it's car 509 of Davis Hinkle in lane 1. 2, it's car 501 of Corey Walker in lane 2. And in lane 3, it's car 533 of Dakota Thomas in lane 3. Set to go. A future pharmacist in lane 1 in Hinkle. Future mechanical engineer in Walker, lane 2. And a future president of the Soapbox Derby in lane number 3 in Dakota Thomas. About halfway down between Hinkle, Walker, and Thomas. Was Thomas out front after one phase by .013.
Heat 863, phase number 2, finds Corey Walker leading the way, followed very closely by 8/1000ths of a second with Dakota Thomas, and then Davis Hinkle at, .002 two-thousandths of a second. So very close race indeed for all three of our champs.
Thousands covers them all. That'll be a fun phase. Next up, it'll be an elimination phase, Heat 859, Phase 3. Lane 1, car 511 of Jamison Cook. Cook in lane 1. Lane 2, it's car 514 of Lincoln Tomasello. Tomasello in lane 2. And in lane 3, it's car 503 of Noah Gordy. Gordy in lane 3. Off and racing in Heat 859. Moving on to the next round will be Cook in lane 1, Tomasello lane 2, or Gordy in lane 3. Gordy was your leader after 2. At .061 on Lincoln, .071 on Jamison.
Results are in for Heat 859, and it finds Noah Gordy will be advancing. We had a pretty close race. It was followed by Lincoln Tomasello at .043 and Jamison Cook at .057.
On track in Heat 864, Phase 2. Lane 1, it's car 508 of Connor Magnuson. Lane 2, car 512 of Carly Murphy. Lane 3, car 502 of Brianna Scalatino. Hold here while we wait for results in Heat 8-4, Phase 2.
Results in for phase 2 of heat 864, and it finds Harley Murphy out in front, and it is followed up by Connor Magnuson at .458 and Brianna Scalatino at .084. Sorry for the delay, but we want to make sure everything is accurate and right on track for you.
So Heat 857B will be next. Lane 1, it's car 518 of Savannah Huggins. Huggins in lane 1. Lane 2, it's car 513 of Annie Davis in lane 2. And in lane 3, car 527 of Caden Comstock. In lane 3. Start between Huggins, Davis, and Comstock. And everybody, again, go check out our friends at Custom Apparel. I'm next to the grandstands. Gotta think we have at least a couple Derby champs that just have a whole closet full of custom apparel by this point. As I was reading bio cards yesterday with champs that have been here 10 times, 11 times, you get a shirt every year. Got a whole wardrobe at that point. On track in 857 phase 2. Huggins lane 1, Davis lane 2, Comstock lane 3. After one phase, it was Comstock leading the way by .067 over Annie Davis. Savannah Huggins with .070 to make up as these three champs cross the line.
Okay, results are in, and we still find Caden Comstock leading the way in this phase 2 action of heat number 857 by .097 is Andy Davis and Savannah Huggins at .073.
Time for an elimination phase. This is Heat 860, Phase 3. Lane 1, it will be car 546 of Ashton Grace. Grace in lane 1. In lane 2, it's car 529 of Trevor Bean. In lane 2. And in lane 3, it is car 525 of Vinny Miggin. Miggin in lane 3. We are off and racing. Race lane 1, Bean lane 2, Niggin in lane 3. Moving around a little bit in the lanes. Here they come down for the finish. Grace, Bean, and Niggin. And was your heat leader after 2. That was enough to move on to the next round.
Results are in for Heat 860, and it is Trevor Bean who'll be moving along to the next round. taking this heat. It was really, really close. We had Vince Nigan off by 6/1000ths of a second, and then Ashton Grace at .045.
Brings us to heat 861, phase 3. In lane 1, it'll be car 510 of Logan Senholtz-Linder. Senholtz-Linder in lane 1. In lane 2, car 530 of Noah Thomas. Thomas in lane 2. And in lane 3, car 541 of Jack Zimmerman. Zimmerman in lane 3. They are racing. Senholtz-Linder, your heat leader through 2 in lane 1. Noah Thomas in lane 2, needing to make up 12/1000ths of a second. Zimmerman in lane 3 with an interval of about 5/100ths. Here they come down to the finish. There they are across the finish line.
All right, results are in for heat number 861, and it is Logan Senholtz-Linder taking this heat, followed closely by Noah Thomas at .038 and Jack Zimmerman at .083.
On the ramps, it's heat 863, phase 3. Lane 1, car 533 of Dakota Thomas. Thomas in lane 1. Lane 2, it's car 509 of Davis Hinkle. Hinkle in lane 2. And in lane 3, it's car 501 of Corey Walker. Walker in lane 3. They are racing. Thomas, lane 1, Hinkle, lane 2, Walker, your heat leader after 2 phases in lane 3. Walker just 8/1000ths to the good on 3rd place in this heat. Dakota Thomas, Davis Hinkle in 2nd in lane 2, .002 behind. So a very close heat between 3 very strong champs. They are across the line.
Results are in for heat 863, and it is Corey Walker coming on strong to take heat 863, and Corey will be advancing. Just to show you how close this is, the closest was 4/1000ths of a second, followed by 10/1000ths of a second by Davis Hinkle and Dakota Thomas, respectively. So very close racing indeed by these champs.
And by the way, in that phase, 1st to 3rd in the phase, 2/1000ths of a second, and we had a dead phase in there for 2nd and 3rd. Incredibly close racing between those 3. Heat 862, we are rerunning this heat, so we're back to phase 1. Lane number 1, it's going to be car 524 of Pierce Van Wart. Van Wart, lane 1. Lane 2, car 507 of Logan Smith. Smith, lane 2. And in lane 3, car 539 of Ava Gayton. Gayton in lane 3. He rerun due to a wheel issue. No fault to any champs. No penalties assessed. But they crossed the finish line.
Okay, here we're looking at a rerun of phase 1 of heat 862, and it falls to Pierce Van Wart leading the way, followed closely by Logan Smith at .012 and Ava Gayton at .055.
We'll also have a rerun of Heat 864. That is what is in the ramps right now. So we'll start from phase one in Heat 864. Lane one, it'll be car 512 of Carly Murphy. Murphy in lane one. Lane two, car 502, Brianna Scalatino. Scalatino in lane two. And in lane three, it's car 508 of Connor Magnuson. Magnuson in lane three. Jams on track. And another wheel issue in this one. Started back from phase one with Murphy in lane one, Scalatino in two, and Magnuson in three. Told you about Carly's career interest a minute ago. Brianna wanting to be a veterinarian or a nurse. Connor wanting to go into software with the goal of working for SpaceX. Very cool.
Here we go. Rerun, phase one. Well, that finds Carly Murphy stepping out front and taking this phase one action here. Followed closely by Brianna Scalatino at .041 and Connor Magnuson at .048.
Time for another elimination phase. This is Heat 857, phase three. Lane one, it is car 527 of Caden Comstock. Comstock in lane one. In lane two, car 518 of Savannah Huggins. Huggins in lane two. And in lane three, it's car 513 of Annie Davis. In lane three. We are off and racing. Comstock lane one, Huggins lane two, Davis in lane three. Comstock, your heat leader after two phases, by .073 over Savannah in lane two, and .097 over Annie in lane three. Champs race in front of the grandstands. Here comes the finish line.
Heat 857 finds Caden Comstock advancing. And it was a close race between second and third at .171 and .179 with Annie Davis and Savannah Huggins, respectively. So it'll be Caden Comstock moving on.
standing by to get some cars in the ramps. Looks like we're going to be getting started with the second round in the Masters Division of our AUI Rally Challenge in just a bit. Before we get there, I want to say thank you again to all of our sponsors. First Energy Corporation, AUI Associated Underwriters, Inc., our title sponsor of the AUI Rally Challenge, Brennan Manna Diamond, DeLoro, Racker, and Thomas, Huntington Bank, Impel Wealth Management, Malco Products, Inc., Papa John's, who you can see right along the side of the track if you're hungry today, Rotzel and Andrus, SC Fastening Systems, Seaver Tech Insurance Partners, State and Federal Communications, National STEM Ecosystems, TaylorMade Jewelry, and the University of Akron. And I'd be remiss, too, I mentioned Custom Apparel a moment ago. Make sure you check them out. Also, check out Ohio's Best Lemonade. Ohio's Best Lemonade. That is the stuff that fuels the bridge during Derby week. Also want to thank so many of our foundations around town who support the Derby. Thank you to the Akron Community Foundation, the Barberton Community Foundation, Glen R. and Alice V. Boges Foundation, Bridgestone America's Trust Fund, the Bowman Fund, the City of Akron, the City of Cuyahoga Falls, and the Mary S. and David C. Corbin Foundation. We'll send a shout out to some more as we get later into the day, but right now, we've got cars loading into the ramps. We'll be getting back going with our Rally Masters Challenge here.
Looks like it's going to be an elimination round for Heat. No.
Also want to thank the Huntington Charitable Grant Program, the Leonard Family Foundation, the Maynard Family Foundation, the John A. McAlonen Fund of Akron Community Foundation, J.M. Smucker Company, the Joan M. and Louis S.P. Perry Foundation, the John S. and James L. Knight Foundation, the Laura R. and Lucian Q. Moffitt Foundation, the Leonard Family Foundation, the Lloyd L. and Louise K. Smith Foundation, the Mary S. and David C. Corbin Foundation, the Maynard Family Foundation, the Ohio Hotel and Lodging Association, the Pinkerton Foundation, the Ritchie Memorial Foundation, the Robert O. and Anna Mae Orr Family Foundation, the Sisler McFawn Foundation, the State of Ohio, the Summit County Department of Community and Economic Development, Summit Educational Service Center, the Synthomer Foundation, the Verna McKibben Memorial Foundation, the Welty Family Foundation, and the Women's Endowment Fund of Akron Community Foundation. Set to go for Heat 862, Phase 2. Lane 1, it'll be Ava Gayton from Mount Gilead, Ohio. Lane 2, Pierce Van Wart. And Lane 3, it's Logan Smith. Van Wart leading after 1. We'll see who'll be leading after 2 coming up.
Okay, heat number 862, Phase 2 action. Find Pierce Van Wart out in front, followed closely by Logan Smith at .021 and Ava Gayton at .049.
864, phase 2 next. Lane 1, it'll be Connor Magnuson. Magnuson, lane 1. Lane 2, car 512 of Carly Murphy. Murphy in lane 2. In lane 3, car 502, Brianna Scalatino. Scalatino in lane 3 as they are off and racing. Carly Murphy in lane 2. 0.041 to the good over Brianna in lane 3. 0.048 to Connor Magnuson in lane 1. They make their way to the finish. I think we have the Scalatino cheering section down in front of us at the grandstand here. We hear you up here. While we wait for those results, I want to tell you about something new we have this year, and that's called the Derby Desk with Sarah and Claire. They are near the starting line conducting interviews for local media. The Derby Desk will be here all week long. Make sure you stop there to have a chat with Sarah and Claire as we try to get you a little bit of media love from your time here at Derby Downs.
Phase 2 information finds Carly Murphy leading the way so far in heat 864, followed closely by 1/10 of a second for Brianna Scalatino, and Connor Magnuson off by 0.046.
On to the second round of the AUI Rally Challenge for the Masters Division. This is Heat 865, Phase 1, Lane 1. It'll be car 520 from Danville, California, Veronica Stagnero. Stagnero in Lane 1. In Lane 2, it'll be car 523 of Jacob Ham from Polk City, Iowa. Ham in Lane 2. And in Lane 3, it'll be car 536 from Hudson, Ohio, Colt Nelman. Nelman in Lane 3. As these three champs on track now, regions 2, 4, and 6 represented in this one. Stagnero wants to go to law school, is interested in public policy work. Nelman in Lane 3 wants to be a pro athlete. Jacob in Lane 2, it says career interests, living in a van down by the river. Even more fun to say that this year because I actually am 35. I'm not divorced. And for the record, I don't live in a van down by the river, but Jacob wants to.
All right. We have information in now from this Phase 1 action of Heat 865, and it finds Jacob Ham leading the way, closely followed by Colt Nelman at 0.022, and followed by Veronica Stagnero at 0.029.
Up, it'll be Heat 866, Phase 1. Lane 1, it is car 516 from Eagleville, Pennsylvania, Aaron Donovan. Donovan in Lane 1, and in Lane 3, it's car 519 of Kenneth Tomasello. Tomasello in Lane 3. Champs on track now. Two champs from Region 8 underway. Checking in on these champs' career interests, Aaron said wants to be a professional actor, be on Broadway. Very cool. Kenneth, meanwhile, wants to be in the FBI.
Results in for Heat 866, Phase number 1, finds Aaron Donovan leading the way, followed closely by Kenneth Tomasello at 0.051.
stand by for some more cars to make their way to the ramps. We want to remind you that we'll see many of these rally champs back here on Thursday as part of the All-Star race. So we hope you'll join us back here at Derby Downs for that. The 18 of the best rally champs in each division back in action on Thursday. We'll also have our legacy competition on Thursday. And we've seen some fast times today in the Masters division. You want to see some really fast times, be here Thursday afternoon for the legacy competition. Of course, that's just part of a big week of racing here tomorrow. The local champs take to the track in our annual local challenge. Mentioned Thursday with All-Star and Legacy. Also, our Topside Show open house on Thursday night. Friday, one of my favorite days of the week, the National Super Kids Classic on Friday. And we really hope you have a chance to come on out here, line the track, and support those Super Kids champs as they get on the track on Friday. Their finalists will then advance to Saturday, along with all of our champs that are here today, the 86th running of the First Energy All-American Soapbox Derby on Saturday. So a big week here at Derby Downs. For more information on the schedule, of course, you can head to soapboxderby.org. Getting back to racing with Heat 862, Phase 3, elimination phase time for these champs. Lane 1, it'll be car 507 of Logan Smith. Smith in lane 1. In lane 2, car 539 of Ava Gayton. Gayton in lane 2. And in lane 3, car 524 of Pierce Van Wart. Van Wart in lane 3. They are on track. Fifth lane 1, Gayton, lane 2, Van Wart, your heat leader after 2 phases in lane number 3. Pierce has .021 on Logan. Ava in lane 2 has .049 to make up in this one. They cross the finish line cleanly.
All right, results in for Heat 862, and it's Logan Smith leading the way, followed very closely by 4/1000ths of a second for Pierce Van Wart and Ava Gayton at .066.
Heat 864, Phase 3. In lane 1, it's car 502 of Brianna Scalatino. Scalatino in lane 1. In lane 2, car 508 of Connor Magnuson. Magnuson in lane 2. And in lane number 3, it's car 512 of Carly Murphy. Murphy in lane 3. About set to go between Scalatino, Magnuson, and Murphy. And they are racing. Scalatino, lane 1. Magnuson, lane 2. Murphy in lane 3. Murphy, your heat leader by .046 over Connor Magnuson. Scalatino, meanwhile, with a 10th to make up. He wants to move on to the next round as here they come across the finish line.
Results are in, and it is Carly Murphy leading the way, taking heat 8-6-4, followed by Connor Magnuson with a differential of .032, and Brianna Scalatino at .099.
Moving on to heat 865, phase 2, lane 1, it'll be car 536 of Colt Nelman. Nelman in lane 1. In lane 2, it is car 520 of Veronica Stagnero. Stagnero in lane 2, and in lane 3, it is car 523 of Jacob Ham. Ham in lane 3. Understand we're getting ready for some super stock racing coming up here momentarily as we've got 3 Masters champs on track now. Elman in lane 1, Stagnero lane 2, and Ham in lane 3. It was Ham leading this heat after one phase by .022 over Colt, .029 over Veronica. Those 3 champs clear across the line.
The times are in, and it is still Jacob Ham leading the way, followed closely by Colt Nelman and at .014, and Veronica Stagnero at .033.
Heat 866 coming up. This is phase 2 of a 2-car affair. Lane number 1, car 519 of Kenneth Tomasello. Tomasello in lane 1. And in lane 3, it's car 516 of Aaron Donovan. Donovan in lane 3. And we're off and racing. Elimination phase for Tomasello in lane 1 and Donovan in lane 3. Donovan took phase 1 of this one by .051, so Tomasello with some work to do over there in lane 1. Against Donovan, who came in with 11 rally wins on the season. They crossed the finish line.
All right, the data just has come in. Aaron Donovan takes heat 866 and will advance. Kenneth Tomasello not too far behind at .029.
Next up in T867, phase one. Lane one, car 526 from Council Bluffs, Iowa, Emma Roseland. Roseland in lane one. And in lane three, it's car 527 from Centennial, Colorado, Caden Comstock. Comstock in lane three. And these two champs on track. Roseland lane one, Comstock lane three. Got a future medical field career path for Emma. Future engineer is Caden Comstock as they cross over the tunnel now. And here comes the finish line for Emma and Caden.
It is Emma Roseland leading the way on phase one action here of heat 867. Caden Comstock followed up at .043.
Heat 868 getting set to go. This is going to be phase one. Battle of the Beans in this one, lane one. It's going to be Trevor Bean in car 529 from Dover, New Hampshire. Trevor Bean in lane one. In lane two, it's car 528 of Sydney Bean. Sydney Bean in lane two. And in lane three, not a Bean. From Vidalia, Georgia, car 503 of Noah Gordy. Gordy in lane three. And we are off and racing. It's Trevor in lane one, Sydney in lane two, and Noah in lane three. They are just past halfway. Regions 10 and 7 represented in this heat. They come across the finish line, and we get ready to go super stock racing up next.
.868 results in from phase one, and it is Trevor Bean taking this one, leading the way, followed by Sydney at .060, and Noah Gordy, off the pace by about 0.065.
Superstock action is next. Our first Superstock heat of the day, heat 901, phase one. Lane one from Arlington, Virginia, Arlington, Washington, car 640 of Kaylee Smith. Smith in lane one. Lane two, car 636 from Clinton, Ohio, Jacob Schilling. Schilling in lane two, and in lane three, it's car 601 from Clearwater, Florida, Alexa Mello. Mello in lane three. Camps halfway home here across the tunnel, down in front of the grandstands to the finish line. We'll get those results. While we wait for those results, couple reminders as we start the Superstock division. Reminders for our champs. You must stay in your lane all the way down past the finish line and past the cones at the start of run out. If you don't, if you touch a lane line, it is a penalty. If you hit a guardrail, that is also a penalty.
All right, phase one information in for heat 901. It's, Alexa Mello leading the way, followed closely by Kaylee Smith at .02, and followed up by Jacob Schilling at .061.
902, phase one next. Lane one, it's car 635, Dominico Wyant. Wyant in lane one. Lane two, car 604 from Clearwater, Florida, Olivia Mello. Mello in lane 2. And in lane number 3, it is car 620 from Des Moines, Iowa, Warren Mead. Mead in lane 3. They are on track and racing. Wyatt in lane 1, Mello in lane 2, Mead in lane 3. In 6, Region 7 and Region 4 in action in this heat. They get ready to cross the finish line here. Those results here in just a moment. A reminder for our super stock champs and spectators, we're going to make sure we have it absolutely right before we get it to you.
Sometimes it takes a little time, but that's all right. We just want to make sure we get things right. Okay, heat number 902, phase 1. Well, it's Domenico Wyatt leading the way on this one, followed up by Warren Mead at .022, and it was Mello at .044.
Next will be heat 903 for the super stock. Lane 1, car 619 of Cohen Hardman. Hardman in lane 1. Lane 3, it's car 614 of Aiden Stewart. Stewart in lane 3. And in lane 2, the lovable loser, the pace car. Here come Hardman and Stewart. They cross the finish line. There's the pace car as well.
Information in for heat 903, phase number 1. It goes to Cohen Hardman, followed by Arden Stewart at .031, and the U of A pace car, well, never mind.
A U of A pace car for the Kent State guy. Oh, I'll behave myself. 904 phase 1 up next. Cameron Karasinski in lane 1 in car 649. Riley Kirk in car 600 in lane 2 out of Mount Vernon, Ohio. Ella Abbott in lane 3 in car 616 out of Hurlock, Maryland. Bitter rivals.
Yeah,
Regions 8, 6, and 8. Coming down for a finish. Watch the lane line. So our judges on the bridge taking a look at a lane line violation. We are going to have a hold here. There's a penalty on lane 1 for a lane line violation in that one. We're also going to need to take a look at the timer. That champ in lane 1 got awfully close to hitting that timer box. A reminder for our super stock champs who may not have been here earlier this morning when I mentioned it. Got to stay in your lane, as I mentioned a moment ago. Also, if you hit the timer box, a lane line penalty, and we all get a hold while they go and recalibrate things. Very, very important as you come across the finish line to be in your lane. Orange timer boxes at the finish line. Valley Masters Heat 865, Phase 3 is next. Lane 1, car 523 of Jacob Ham. Lane 2, car 536 of Colton Ellman. Lane 3, car 520 of Veronica Stagnaro. Here they come to the finish. Ham had the lead in this heat after 2.
Information in from Heat 865, and that heat goes to Jacob Ham. Followed closely by Cole Nelman. Colt Nelman of Hudson, Ohio at .051, and bringing up the rear is Veronica Stagnaro at .077.
Back to the Superstock, Heat 905, Phase 1, Lane 1. It's car 617 from Fredericksburg, Virginia. Charlie Jans in Lane 1. Lane 2, car 633 from Morrisvale, West Virginia. Paxton Brake in Lane 2. And in Lane 3, it is car 631 from Kettering, Ohio, Jason Abbott. Abbott in Lane 3. About halfway down the track for these 3 champs. Champs from Region 6 and a champ from Region 8 cross the finish line.
And in Phase 1 of Heat 905, we find Charlie Jans leading the way, followed very closely by 9/1000ths of a second, Jason Abbott, and Paxton Brake coming in at .037.
Heat 906, Phase 1 next. Lane 1, car 646 from Owensboro, Kentucky. Kiera Johnson in Lane 1. And in Lane 3, it's car 634 from North Lawrence, Ohio, Megan DeLauder. DeLauder in Lane 3. And in Lane 2, the Fallsway Pace Car. Johnson and DeLauder on track. Region 12 and 6 represented here. Lauder, first time at the All-American Soapbox Derby. The finish line.
Phase 1 results for heat number 906 finds Kiera Johnson out in front, followed very closely by 3/1000ths of a second, Megan DeLauder.
Heat 867, phase 2 next. Elimination phase for these two. Lane 1, car 527 of Caden Comstock. Comstock, lane 1, and in lane 3, car 526 of Emma Roseland. Roseland in lane 3. Caden there in lane 1 told us he's a fan of dirt biking. Emma, a reader and a drawer. As they are on track. Drawer even a word? Emma didn't write that on the card, by the way. That's my word. You can blame me for that one. Comstock in lane 1, Roseland in lane 3. Roseland, your leader after one phase in this one by .043. They make their way across the tunnel in front of the grandstand and under the bridge.
Results are in for Heat 867, and it is Emma Roseland holding on. So she will be advancing Caden Comstock very, very close behind at .003.
.868 phase 2 next. Lane 1, it's car 503 of Noah Gordy. Gordy in lane 1. Lane 2, car 529 of Trevor Bien. Bien in lane 2, and in lane 3, it's car 528 of Sydney Bien. Bien in lane 3. Set to go, and we are racing. Noah lane 1, Trevor lane 2, Sydney lane 3. Trevor, your heat leader after one phase at .060 on Sydney and .065 on Noah. They come down for the finish in phase 2.
All right, phase 2 results in for Heat 868, and it finds Trevor Bien leading the way over Sydney Bien. It's a pretty close race all the way around. We had Noah Gordy off by .087 and Sydney at a little over a tenth of a second.
On we go to Heat 901 phase 2 on track. Alexa Mello in lane 1, Kaylee Smith in lane 2, and Jacob Schilling in lane 3. Alexa Mello, your heat leader after one phase. .020 to the good on Kaylee in lane 2. .061 ahead of Jacob in lane 3 after one phase. And they will cross the finish line.
It is Alexa Mello leading the way on phase 2 of heat number 901, followed by Kaylee Smith at .119 and Jacob Schilling at .221.
Phase 2 getting loaded in right now. Lane 1, it's car 620 of Warren Mead. Mead in lane 1. Lane 2, it's car 635 of Domenico Wyant. Wyant in lane 2. And in lane 3, it's car 604 of Olivia Mello. Mello in lane 3. They are racing. Lead in lane 1, Wyatt, your heat leader after one phase. In lane 2, Mello. In lane 3, a future pilot in lane 1, a future trick-or-treater in lane 2. Future doctor in lane 3 is they come across the line.
Okay, results in for phase 2 of heat 902, and it goes to Warren Mead. Warren Mead leads the way, followed up by Domenico Wyatt at .010 and Olivia Mello at .041.
On track right now, it's heat 903, phase 2. Lane 1, it's going to be Aiden Stewart. Lane 2, Cohen Hardman. And in lane 3, the University of Akron pace car. Was Hardman leading the way after one phase by .031. And we'll see what this result does to that as the pace car comes across as well.
Results for phase 2, heat 903, finds Aiden Stewart leading the way, closely followed by 3/1000ths of a second by Cohen Hardman, Utah.
Next up, it's heat 904, phase 2, lane 1, car 616 of Ella Abbott. Abbott in lane 1. Lane 2, car 649, Cameron Karasinski. Karasinski in lane 2, and in lane 3, it's car 600 of Kylie Kirk. Kirk in lane 3. They are off and racing. Abbott in 1, Karasinski in 2, Kirk in 3. Kirk in the Superstock division this year, top rally point earner with 1,004. Most rally wins in the Superstock division this year with 21. And had .015 of an edge on Ella Abbott after one phase in this heat. .084 back to Cameron after one as they get ready to cross the finish line.
And it finds, it looks like Ella Abbott is leading the way on phase 2 of heat number 904, followed closely by Kylie Kirk at .048 and Cameron Krasinski at .0126.
Back to Rally Masters now. Heat 869, phase 1. All of the Logans. Lane 1, car 507 of Logan Smith. Lane 3, it's car 510 of Logan Senholtz Linder. Smith, lane 1, Senholtz Linder in lane 3. Champs from Region 5 in this one. Just about halfway home for Logan Smith and Logan Senholtz Linder. Here they come to the finish line.
Phase 1 results goes to Logan Smith, followed by Logan Senholtz Linder at .031.
870, phase 1 is next. Lane 1,
Car 501 from Ocala, Florida, Corey Walker. Walker in lane 1. And in lane 3, it is car 512 from Hilton, New York, Carly Murphy. Murphy in lane 3. They are racing. Walker, lane 1. Murphy, lane 3. Walker told us a fan of riding his motorcycle and playing video games. Murphy told us she's a fan of, the bio card lines back. Competitive duck herding, professional mooing, trained surfing, snowmobiling, and hiking as they come across the finish line.
Stepping up to take heat or phase number 1, it is Corey Walker, followed closely by Carly Murphy at .038. That's heat 870.
.905 phase 2 coming up. Lane 1, car 631 of Jason Abbott. Abbott in lane 1. In lane 2, it is car 617 of Charlie Jans. Jans in lane 2. And in lane number 3, it is car 633 of Paxton Brake. Brake in lane 3 underway. Charlie Jans in lane 2 led this heat after one phase by 9 one-thousandths of a second over Jason in lane 1. Paxton over there in lane 3 had about 37 one-thousandths to make up. Here they come.
It's Jason Abbott stepping up to take phase number 2, followed really closely by Charlie Jans at .009. That's 9 one-thousandths of a second, folks, and .072 for Paxton Brake.
Heat 906 phase 2 next. Lane 1, it's going to be Megan DeLauder. In lane 2, it is Kiera Johnson. And in lane 3, the Fallsway Electric Pace Car. Very, very close first phase between these two. Johnson and DeLauder separated by 3 one-thousandths of a second in that first phase. Johnson had the edge.
Phase 2 results of Heat 906 just in, and it's Kiera Johnson leading the way, followed by Megan at .064 and our pace car.
Yeah, we won't talk about that margin back to the pace car. That might be disrespectful. 907, phase 1 set to go. Lane 1, car 624 from Ogallala, Nebraska, Oliver Nielsen. Nielsen in lane 1. Lane 2, car 639 from Camano Island, Washington, Ethan Rochon. Rochon, lane 2. And in lane 3, it is car 629 from Morrisvale, West Virginia, Peyton Brake. Brake in lane 3. Regions 4, 1, and 6 crossing the finish line.
Phase 1 results of Heat 907 are in, and it finds Oliver Nielsen leading the way, followed closely by Peyton Brake at .011 and Ethan Rocken, and he's at .19109.
Heading back to Rally Masters now. This is an elimination phase in Heat 868. Lane 1, it's car 528 of Sydney Bien. Bien in lane 1. Lane 2, car 503 of Noah Gordy. Gordy lane 2, and in lane 3, it's car 529 of Trevor Bien. Trevor Bien in lane 3. As we get those champs ready to go. Who do you smell, Galley boys? Swenson's food truck in the house. Down near the halfway point. The Akron tradition. We're on track. 868, phase 3. Sydney in lane 1. Noah in lane 2. Trevor in lane 3. Trevor with .087 on Noah and a little over a 10th on Sydney. Here they come down to the finish. Got to find out who's moving on to the next round.
We know who's moving on to the next round. It is Trevor Bien. Will have bragging rights in the Bien family, followed closely by Sydney at .101 and Noah Gordy at .111. So it'll be Trevor moving on.
Racing in Heat 908, Phase 1, Lane 1. It's going to be car 618 of Kira Vessels. Vessels, Lane 1. Lane 2, car 606 of Malachi Adkins. Adkins in Lane 2. And in Lane 3, it's car 602 of Alyssa Head. Head in Lane 3. Here they come down to the finish. Lane judges watching that one close as they cross the finish line. So results official for Heat 908 Phase 1, and it goes to Kira Vessels. Vessels takes the phase by .016 over Malachi Adkins in Lane 2, and 029 over Alyssa Head in Lane 3. So Vessels, Lane 1, takes the phase. Elimination phase for Heat 901, Lane 1. It's car 636 of Jacob Schilling out of Clinton, Ohio. Schilling, Lane 1. Lane 2, car 601 of Alexa Mello from Clearwater, Florida. Mello in Lane 2. And in Lane 3, it's car 640 from Arlington, Washington. It's Kaylee Smith. Smith in Lane 3. champs situated at the starting line. All set, and they are racing. Schilling, lane 1, Mello, lane 2, Smith, lane 3. Mello a little over a tenth to the good on Kaylee Smith in lane number 3. Jacob over in lane 1 with a little over 2 tenths to make up here. They race down to the finish. With the cheering section getting a little loud down here by the grandstand area. Love to see it.
Results are in, and it looks like Alexa Mello will be advancing on. I hear the cheering section, yes. Kaylee Smith at .152 and Jacob Schilling at .263. That's heat 901.
Next up, it's heat 902, phase 3, lane number 1, car 604 of Olivia Mello. Olivia Mello, lane 1, lane 2, car 620 of Warren Mead. Mead in lane 2, and in lane 3, it is car 635 of Dominico Wyant. Wyant in lane 3. And they are racing. Olivia Mello, lane 1, Mead, lane 2, Wyant, lane 3. Mead led the way after 2 phases, but only by .010 over Dominico. .041 over Olivia. Who's moving on?
Results are in for heat 902, and Warren Mead will be advancing on. It was a close race. We had Dominico at .077 and Olivia at .028.
On track now, it's heat 909, phase 1, lane 1, it's Charles Connor. Lane 2, it's Lydia Marthy. And in lane 3, it's JJ Carboni. Region 7, 6, and 10 in this one. And they cross the finish line.
Data just came in for phase number 1 of heat 909, and it finds Charles Connor leading the way. Followed closely by Lydia Marthy, at .024, and followed up by Joseph Carbone, or was it Jake Carboni? All right, .096.
And on track now, you've got 903, elimination phase, Aiden Stewart in lane 2. Cohen Hardman in lane 3. Here they come. And it looks like potentially a lane line violation there in lane number 2. Stewart was leading by .003, but our judges are going to take a look.
Results in for heat 903. And it finds Cohen Hardman advancing on to the next round. Hayden Stewart followed up with .090.
So that 10th of a second penalty for a lane line violation, proving costly in that one. Next up, Heat 910, Phase 1, Lane 1. It's car 645 from Madisonville, Kentucky, Levi West. West in Lane 1. Lane 2, it's car 627 from Rittman, Ohio, Meredith Brown. Brown in Lane 2. And in Lane 3, the pace car. If that pace car has a sponsor, it's not on the top. That's the only view we get here at the finish line. We get to see the tops of the cars, and that's about it. They're on track. West in Lane 1, Brown in Lane 2, pace car in Lane 3. Regions 12 and 6 represented here as they race down over the tunnel. And there is that finish line.
Results in for Phase 1 of Heat 910, and it is Meredith Brown leading the way. Close behind Levi West at 3/1000ths of a second, and we're not going to talk about the pace car.
My mom always said, if you don't have anything nice to say about somebody's result, don't say anything, right? .904 Phase 3 next, on track, just about to finish between Kylie Kirk, Ella Abbott, and Cameron Karasinski. Abbott was in the lead in that heat after 2.
Final results for that heat, 904. And we see Kylie Kirk stepping out to take that heat, followed closely by Ella Abbott at .016. And bringing up the rear is Cameron Krasinski at .152.
Heat 911, Phase 1 is next. Lane 1, car 615 from Waynesboro, Virginia. It's Braden Mosman. Mosman in Lane 1. Lane 2, car 609 from Indianapolis, Indiana. Micaiah Adkins. Adkins in Lane 2. And in Lane 3, it's car 611 from Walworth, New York. Henry Delacroix. Delacroix in Lane 3. And they are off and racing. Mosman in 1, Adkins in 2, Delacroix in 3. Regions 8, 5, and 9 represented in this one. Got a future mechanical engineer in Lane 1, a future music therapist in Lane 2. And in Lane 3, someone who wants to go into something that pays well with minimal effort. Amen to that. There's the finish line. That's why I got into radio, come to think of it.
Yeah. Okay, Phase 1 action here for Heat 911. And it finds Braden Mosman. He's leading the way, followed closely by Micaiah Adkins at .046. Henry Delacroix at .084.
Something that pays well with minimal effort. Well, we get the minimal effort part in radio. I don't know about that other part, though. 870 Phase 2 getting set to go in the Masters division. Lane 1, it's car 512 of Carly Murphy. Murphy in lane 1. And in lane 3, it's car 501 of Corey Walker. Walker in lane 3. These two champs on track. Corey Walker had an advantage of .038 after one phase. We'll see if Corey can get past Carly Murphy, a 16-time winner on the rally circuit this year was Carly.
Results just in, and we find that it is Carly Murphy taking the heat, and Carly will be moving on. Corey Walker did well at .04.
And we get set now for Heat 869, Phase 2 for the Rally Masters. Lane 1, it's going to be Logan Senholtz-Linder. Senholtz-Linder in Lane 1 in car 510. In Lane 3, it'll be car 507 of Logan Smith. Smith in Lane 3. And they are racing. Senholtz-Linder in Lane 1 has about 31 1,000ths to make up on Logan Smith over there in Lane 3. Our future detective or film producer against our future welder or racer. Those two champs cross the line cleanly. .906 Phase 3 on track. We'll get your results from that last heat momentarily. Megan DeLauder in Lane 2. Kiara Johnson in Lane 3. Here they come to the finish. Johnson had the edge after 2. Before we get to those results from 906, Heat 869, the one that came down before that, a dead heat. So they will go back up. They will be Heat 875 when they go back to the top.
Information now from Heat 906, and it looks like Kiara Johnson will be advancing on by taking the heat. Megan DeLauder did quite well at .101.
And we move on to Heat 912, Phase 1, Lane 1. It's car 605 of Evan Ashley. Ashley in Lane 1. Lane 2, it's car 644 of Braden Locker. Locker in Lane 2. And in Lane 3, it's car 621 of Brooke Hamilton. Hamilton in Lane 3. On track now. Ashley lane 1, Locker lane 2, Hamilton lane 3. Region 5, Region 12, Region 4 represented in this heat. And they are across the finish line.
We've had some great competition today, some really close times. But taking phase number 1 of Heat 912, it will be Evan Ashley, followed closely by 3/1000ths of a second Braden Locker, and coming up at .068, it's Brooke Hamilton. So 3/1000ths of a second off.
Heat 905, phase 3 underway. Lane 1, Paxton Brake. Lane 2, Jason Abbott. Lane 3, Charlie Jans. Abbott, your leader after 2. Charlie Jans just 9/1000ths of a second behind through 2 phases. Paxton with .072 to close.
All right. We have results for heat number 905, and it's Charlie Jan stepping up to take the win on that. Followed by Paxton Brake at 9/100ths and Jason Abbott at .026.
Next up, Heat 913, Phase 1 for Superstock. Lane 1, car 625 from Ogallala, Nebraska, Diego Juarez. Juarez, lane 1. Lane 2, car 637 from Everett, Washington, Imogen Shaw. Shaw in lane 2, and in lane 3, car 613 from Clearfield, Pennsylvania, it's DJ Hudson. Hudson in lane 3. Well, it says on the line, Gerald, a.k.a. DJ. So take your pick on that one, I suppose, as they get ready to cross the finish line.
Okay, let's take a look at the information for phase 1 of heat 913, and it is Diego Juarez leading the way, followed closely by Gerald DJ Hudson at .02 and .177 Imogen Shaw.
Heat 907, phase 2 next. Lane 1, it's going to be Peyton Brake. Lane 2, it's Oliver Nielsen. And in lane 3, it'll be Ethan Rochon. Making their way down now. Nielsen, your leader after one phase in this one, had about 11/1000ths on Peyton. A little over a 10th on Ethan. As they come across the finish line.
All right, Peyton Brake steps up so far to lead the heat, followed again closely by Oliver Nielsen with 0.6 of a second, 6/100ths, I should say, and Ethan Rock at .228.
Heat 914, phase 1 is next. Lane 1, it's car 628 of Hudson Stull. Stull in lane 1. In lane 2, it's car 648 of Addison Locker from Owensboro, Kentucky. Locker in lane 2. And in lane 3, it's car 638 of Kai Carden from Camano Island, Washington. Carden in lane 3. As they make their way down now, Stull lane 1, Locker lane 2, Carden in lane 3. Stull wants to be an orthodontist or a history teacher. Locker wants to be a professional YouTuber. Kai still figuring that out, but that's all right. Plenty of time for that. They come across the finish line well.
Taking phase 1, it's Hudson Stull, followed closely by Addison Locker at .104 and Kai Carden at .218. This is heat 914.
Heat 908, phase 2 is next. On track, it's Alyssa Head in lane 1, Kira Vessels in lane 2, and Malachi Adkins in lane 3. Your leader after one phase in this one was Kira Vessels by .016 over Malachi. And an advantage of .029 over Alyssa as they come across the line.
Let's take a look at heat 908, phase number 2. And leading the way is Kira Vessels. Oh, wait a minute. We have, looks as if we might have a dead phase here. Alyssa Head and Kira Vessels. Looks like they're, yeah. And Malachi Atkins is behind by .026.
So a dead heat through 2 between Kira and Alyssa.
Through 2, right?
Close racing continues in the Superstock. 909 phase 2 is next. JJ Carboni in lane 1. Charles Connor in lane 2. And Lydia Marthy in lane 3. They race down towards the finish. Connor was in the lead of that after one phase.
All right, it's Charles Connor leading this phase, followed by Lydia Marthy at .012 and Joseph Carbone at .052.
Moving on to heat 910, phase 2. In lane 1, it is the pace car. In lane 2, it's car 645 of Levi West. And in lane number 3, it's car 627 of Meredith Brown. Levi wants to be a video game designer. Meredith, meanwhile, told us she wants to be the second shift fry cook at the Krusty Krab. And if that doesn't work out, there's a food truck right there that might have some interest in a second shift fry cook. They come across the finish line. No spatula with port and starboard attachments required, from what I understand.
Phase 2 data for heat number 910. So far, it is Meredith Brown leading the way, followed by Levi West, .013, and the pace car.
Heat 911, phase 2 underway. Lane 1, it's Henry De La Croix. Lane 2, it's Braden Mosman. And in lane 3, it is Micaiah Atkins. Mosman led the way by .046 after one phase. And it looks like we've got an airplane in lane 4 over there as they cross the finish line.
All right, 911B. It shows Braden Mosman leading the way, followed by Micaiah Atkins at .079 and Henry DeLacroix at .118.
Heat 915, phase 1 is next. Lane 1, car 623 from Warrensburg, Missouri. It's Johnny Bueller. Bueller, lane 1. Lane 2, it's car 607 from Alton and Godfrey, Illinois. Peyton Pollock. Pollock in lane 2. And in lane number 3, it is car 610 from Indianapolis, Indiana. And he wrote his name on the name line of the bio card as Jacob Thomas the Goat. Thomas the Goat in lane 3. Remember, folks, if it says it on the bio card, it must be true, right? What we said yesterday. Halfway home, just about, between Bueller, Pollock, and Thomas. Region 4 in lane 1, Region 5 represented in lanes 2 and 3. And they are across the finish line.
All right, I got good news for Jacob Thomas the Goat. He's leading the way at this point, followed closely by Peyton at .045 and Johnny Bueller at .049.
And as we start to see a lot more sunshine, always a good time to go get some Ohio's Best lemonade. And it truly is Ohio's Best. Of course, we also have our friends from Swenson's with the food truck here, Papa John's here as well. And our friends at Custom Apparel are down near the grandstand. Make sure you check them out. They've got some really awesome stuff for 2024. On track, you got Logan Smith in lane 1. You got Logan Senholtz-Linder in lane 3. This was the dead heat earlier. So they've had to go and run another heat here. This is 875.
Okay, it is Logan Smith stepping out front, taking this phase, and it is, of course, Logan Senholtz-Linder. Not too far behind at .03.
.916 phase 1 set to go. Lane 1 in car 608 from Naperville, Illinois. Vinny Lasitra. Lasitra in lane 1. In lane 2, car 647 from Hopkinsville, Kentucky, Connor Bledsoe. Bledsoe in lane 2, and in lane 3, car 622 from Gretna, Nebraska, Kelsey Van Wart. Van Wart in lane 3. Regions 5, 12, and 4 across the track here. Future aerospace engineer in lane 1 in Lasitra. Bledsoe still working on those career interests. That's all right. Kelsey, meanwhile, wants to be a teacher, a lawyer, or a businesswoman.
one results for Heat 9-16, and it is Vinny Lasitra stepping out front, taking this phase one, followed by Kelsey Van Wart at point 014 and Connor at point 027.
Next up, it'll be Heat 9-12, Phase 2, Lane 1. It'll be car 621 of Brooke Hamilton. Hamilton in Lane 1. In Lane 2, it'll be car 605 of Evan Ashley. Ashley in Lane 2. And in Lane 3, it's car 644 of Braden Locker. Locker in Lane 3. We are off and racing. Hamilton Lane 1, Ashley Lane 2, Locker Lane 3. Ashley, your leader after one phase, but only 3/1000ths of a second over Braden Locker. The 2022 Rally Stock World Champion is Braden. Brooke right there as well, .068 back after that first phase. And they are across the finish line. We'll see how that changes things.
Locker steps up to take the lead in this phase of heat number 9-12, followed closely by Evan Ashley at .057 and Brooke Hamilton at .146.
Next on track, Heat 913, Phase 2. DJ Hudson in Lane 1, Diego Juarez in Lane 2, Imogen Shaw in Lane 3. After one phase, it was Juarez out front by .02 over DJ. Imogen with a little more than a tenth and a half to make up in Lane 3.
Heat 913, Phase 2 results in, and Gerald, a.k.a. DJ Hudson, leading the way, followed by Diego Juarez at .027 and Imogen Shaw at .324.
.907, Phase 3 set to go. This is an elimination phase. It's Ethan Rochon in Lane 1, Peyton Brake in Lane 2, Oliver Nielsen in Lane 3. Brake in Lane 2, your heat leader. Nielsen in Lane 3 needs to make up .06 if he wants to move on to the next round.
It was Peyton Brake stepping up and taking the heat. Heat 907. And very close race with Oliver Nielsen at .114 and Ethan Rochon at .295. So it'll be Peyton Brake advancing on.
.914, Phase 2 set to go. Lane 1, it's going to be car 638 of Kai Carden. Lane 2, car 628 of Hudson Stull. And in Lane 3, car 648 of Addison Locker. On track and racing. Carden, our future music writer in Lane 1. Stull, our heat leader, a future orthodontist or history teacher in Lane 2. Locker, a future professional YouTuber in Lane 3. They race down to the finish. Stull had a little more than a tenth on Addison after phase number 1. We'll see how that affects things. being told we're going to rerun Heat 914 Phase 2. A technical error, the culprit in 914 Phase 2. No fault to the champs, no penalties. We'll just run them back to the top and try it again. Heat 908 Phase 3 set to go. Lane 1, it's car 606 of Malachi Atkins. Atkins in lane 1. In lane 2, it's car 602 of Alyssa Head. Head in lane 2, and in lane 3, it's car 618 of Kira Vessels. Vessels in lane 3. And they are off and racing. And this is our heat that through 2 phases, we had a dead heat between 2 of these champs. Head and Vessels in lanes 2 and 3 were dead even after 2. Malachi Atkins only 26 1/1000ths behind. This is anybody's heat as they come to the finish line here. We'll get those official results.
All right. Kira Vessels stepped out and took heat number 908. A very good competition here. And Malachi Atkins came in at .058 and Alyssa at .050.
And we move on to 909 Phase 3, an elimination phase for Lydia Marthy in lane 1, JJ Carboni in lane 2, and Charles Connor in lane 3. They are on track now. Champs from Region 6, 10, and 7. And after 2, it was Charles Connor showing the way by 12 1/1000ths over Lydia. So let's see how this shakes out as they cross the line.
Okay, results are in for heat number 909. And it will be Lydia Marthy advancing on, followed up by Charles Connor at .042 and Joe Corbono at .108. So congratulations to Lydia in the 630 car.
Heat 910, Phase 3 on track. Lane 1, car 627 of Meredith Brown. Brown in lane 1. Pace car in lane 2. Lane 3, it's Levi West. Elimination phase here. Meredith with 13 1/1000ths on Levi after 2. As those 2 champs cross the line, then the pace car crosses the line.
Final results in for heat 910. 910, and it will be Meredith Brown advancing. And we have 2 1/1000ths of a second difference between those, Jason.
So some unbelievably close racing between Brown and West. Job well done to both of those champs. .911 Phase 3 set to go. Micaiah Adkins in lane 1. Henry Delacroix in lane 2. And Braden Mosman in lane 3. Mosman, your leader after 2 phases. just about 8/100ths of a second. Back to Micaiah Adkins, a little more than a tenth back to Henry. Here they come to the finish line. And we stand by.
It is Braden Mosman in a 6:15 car advancing and winning heat number 911, followed closely by Micaiah Adkins at .051 and Henry Delacroix at .126.
Heat 9:15, phase 2 loading in right now. Lane 1 will be car 610 of Jacob Thomas, the GOAT. Lane 2, it's going to be car 623 of Johnny Bueller. And in lane 3, it's going to be car 607 of Peyton Pollock. With Thomas in lane 1, your heat leader after that first phase. Bueller in lane 2 with 49 1,000ths to make up. Peyton a little bit closer, 45 1,000ths back after phase number 1. They get ready to cross the finish line.
It is Jacob Thomas, the GOAT, retaining his lead, closely followed by Johnny Bueller at .103 and Peyton Pollock at .0125.
So another short hold here while we get things straightened out. Do want to tell you we've got some great food along the trackside down here near the grandstand. Not only do we have Swenson's, we've got Ohio's Best Lemonade, we've got Papa John's, and I didn't see earlier, my apologies, the Ty's Dog Stand is down there. The Ty's Dog Stand, thanks for being here, and if you want a good hot dog, go see Ty's Dog Stand. We didn't see it down there earlier. Sorry about that, but make sure you check them out. Also, do want to remind our champs, if you're just getting in here today, about something new we have here at Derby Downs, the Derby Desk with Sarah and Claire. They are up near the starting line conducting interviews. that'll be sent out to local media. They'll be here all week. Make sure you stop by, get some FaceTime at the Derby desk with Sarah and Claire. And speaking of media, we've got some new social media accounts around here. New Instagram page. If you don't follow the new Instagram, give them a follow right now at INTL Soapbox Derby HQ. And as of a few days ago, we are on TikTok now. So make sure you follow the Soapbox Derby on TikTok. Okay, back to racing in the Rally Masters division. This is going to be Heat 875, Phase 1. Logan Smith in Lane 1, Logan Senholtz-Linder in Lane 3. Now, these two champs, first time around, they had a dead heat. Then we had a wheel issue. So we've wiped out 875 Phase 1, the first attempt. And we're going to try it again here with Smith and Senholtz-Linder. And as we see up at up at the starting line, getting Senholtz-Linder ready as we see everybody clearing off, set to go. And we are racing. Smith lane 1, Senholtz-Linder in lane 3. Had a dead heat earlier. So we expect this to be another close one between our future welder and our future detective or film producer. Racing down towards the finish.
Okay, we're talking about Heat 875, the rerun, and it is Logan Smith stepping out front to take it so far, and Logan Senholtz-Linder not too far away, about 18 one-thousandths of a second. So we'll have to see what happens in Phase 2.
Moving on to Heat 916, Phase 2, Lane 1, it's going to be Kelsey Van Wart. Lane 2, it'll be Vinny LaCitra. And in Lane 3, it'll be Connor Bledsoe. Off and racing between these three. Van Wart, Lane 1, LaCitra, Lane 2, Bledsoe, Lane 3. LaCitra, your leader after the first phase, only by 14 one-thousandths. Over Kelsey, and then 27 one-thousandths back to Connor. So some good racing in Phase 1 between these three champs. And they are across the line.
Heat 916 Phase 2 completed, and it shows that Kelsey Van Wart stepped out at this point, but only followed by Vinny Lasitra by 1/1000th of a second. And Connor Bledsoe in there with .051. Some good racing indeed.
Heat 914 on track. This is phase 2. Lane 1, it's Kai Carden. Lane 2, it's Hudson Stahl. And in lane 3, it's Addison Locker. Stahl led the way after 1. Had about a 10th on Addison. And about 2/10 on Kai. They are across the finish line cleanly.
All right, information came in quickly on this one, and it's Hudson Stahl leading the way on Heat 914 so far, followed by Addison Locker at .159 and Kai Carden at .290.
And next up, it's Heat 912, Phase 3, Lane 1. It's going to be car 644 of Braden Locker. Locker, Lane 1. Lane 2, it's car 621 of Brooke Hamilton. And in Lane 3, it's car 605 of Evan Ashley. Elimination phase for these 3 champs. Locker, your leader after 2 by about half a hundredth. And it's about a 10th and a half back to Brooke. So here, these 3 champs come to the finish line. Our future firefighter, kindergarten teacher, and engineer cross the line.
It is Braden Locker in the 644 car, taking heat number 912, followed by Evan Ashley at .13 and Brooke Hamilton at .236. So it'll be Braden Locker moving on to the next round.
Heat 913, Phase 3 next. On track, Imogen Shaw in Lane 1. DJ Hudson in Lane 2 and Diego Juarez in Lane 3. Hudson, a future diesel mechanic, was our leader after 2 phases by .027 over Diego. And .324 over Imogen as they cross the finish line.
Results for Heat 913. It goes to DJ Hudson, followed by Diego Juarez at .03 and Imogen Shaw at .415. So it's going to be DJ advancing on to the next round.
Next up, it'll be Heat 917, Phase 1. Lane 1, car 601 from Clearwater, Florida, Alexa Mello. Mello in Lane 1. Lane 2, car 620 from Des Moines, Iowa, Warren Mead. Mead in Lane 2. And in Lane 3, car 619 from Highland, Utah, Cohen Hardman. Hardman in Lane 3. They make their way down region 7, 4, and 2 represented in this one. Alexa told us she wants to go into the medical field or be a marine zoologist. Warren wants to be a pilot. Cohen, I love this answer, wants to be a professional ball player, but mostly a really great dad. Good answer, Cohen Hardman.
Okay, information in, and it is Alexa Mello, followed by Warren Mead at .057 and Cohen Hardman at .072.
Garrett Johnson, Kylie Kirk, and Charlie Jans halfway down, just about to cross the finish line in Heat 918 Phase 1.
Initial phase for heat number 918 goes to Kira Johnson, followed up by 9/1000ths of a second, Kylie Kirk, and 3/100ths, Charlie Jans. Ready to race in Heat 915, Phase 1. Lane 1, it's car 623 of Johnny Bueller. Car 2, lane 607 of Peyton Pollock. And in lane 3, it is car 610 of Jacob Thomas. .915, Phase A on track. Making their way down are Johnny Bueller, Peyton Pollock, and Jacob Thomas. Johnny told us he wants to go into the Air Force. Peyton wants to be a photographer. Jacob, a video game coder. They pass in front of the grandstand and under the bridge. The first phase of Heat 915 goes to Johnny Bueller, followed up by Peyton Pollock at .034 and Jake Thomas at .04.
Heat 875, Phase 2 set to go. Lane 1, it'll be Logan Senholtz-Linder in car 510. Senholtz-Linder in lane 1. And in lane 3, it'll be Logan Smith in car 507. Smith, lane 3. We asked these champs their favorite activity. Smith said camping, video games, and playing the electric bass and cello. Very cool. Logan Senholtz-Linder in lane 1. Meanwhile, we asked Logan his favorite activities. He said sleeping, sleeping, and more sleeping. As the two Logans on track once again, these are the two that had the dead heat. Logan Smith in lane 3 took the first phase by .018.
Okay, we got a rerun from a dead heat, and we finally got a resolution to it. We have Logan Smith taking heat 875, but his competition was really close. Logan Senholtz Linder, 0.023.
Heat 916 elimination phase is next. Lane 1, it is car 647 of Connor Bledsoe. Lane 2, car 622 of Kelsey Van Wart. And lane 3, car 608 of Vinny LaCitra. Van Wart leading this heat after 2, but only by 1/1000th of a second over Vinny LaCitra. Let's see who's going to move on out of this one.
It looks as Kelsey Van Wart held on to take heat number 916. He's going to be advancing with the 622 car. Of course, Vinny LaCitra very close, 0.013, and Connor Bledsoe at 0.044.
Heat 914, phase 3 coming up. Lane 1, it's car 648 of Addison Locker. Locker, lane 1. Lane 2, it's car 638 of Kai Carden. Carden, lane 2. And lane 3, it's car 628 of Hudson Stull. Stull in lane 3. Racing down past halfway. Stull had the edge through 2. Had a 10.5 on his competition. We'll see if it's Stull moving on here in just a moment.
It looks as if Hudson Stull held on, and Hudson Stull takes heat number 914 and will advance. Behind him was Addison Locker at 0.203 and Kai Carden at 0.431.
Heat 919, phase 1 for the Superstocks. Lane 1, it is car 618 of Kira Vessels from Oakdale, California. Vessels in lane 1. And in lane 3, it's car 629 from Morrisvale, West Virginia of Peyton Brake. Brake in lane 3. They are off and racing. Vessels in lane 1, Brake in lane 3. Vessels over there in lane number 1. Brake in lane 3. So they come across the line. Vessels was really hugging that guardrail in lane number 1. Lane judges did take a look at that heat. They have declared no violations.
So it shows that Peyton Brake took this phase, followed by really closely by Kira Vessels at .047. So that's heat 919, phase number 1, going to Peyton Brake in the 629 car.
On track now, it's heat 920, phase 1. Lane 1 is car 630 of Lydia Marthy. Lane 2, car 627 of Meredith Brown. And lane 3, it's car 615 of Braden Mosman. Marthy out of Massillon, Ohio. Brown out of Rittman, Ohio. Mosman from Waynesboro, Virginia. And here is the finish.
Okay, we're talking heat 920, and it is Lydia Marthy stepping out to take the lead at this point, followed closely by Meredith Brown at .036 and Braden at .052.
Heat 918, phase 2 next. Lane 1, it's car 617 of Charlie Jans. Charlie Jans, lane 1. Lane 2, car 646, it's Kiera Johnson. Johnson from Owensboro, Kentucky in lane 2. And in lane 3, it's car 600 from Mount Vernon, Ohio, Kylie Kirk. Kirk in lane 3. Often racing between these three champs. Johnson got phase 1 by 9/1000ths over Kylie Kirk. What should be a very competitive heat between these three. Charlie Jans only 3/100ths of a second behind after 1 as well. And here is the finish.
Kiera Johnson holds on in this second phase of heat 918, but very close. Kylie Kirk at .019 and Charlie Jans .026.
And as we get through the lunch hour here, don't forget, down near the grandstand area, we've got Papa John's Pizza, Swenson's, and Thai Dog Stand with us, as well as Ohio's Best Lemonade. Also, make sure you check out our friends at Custom Apparel. Get that 2024 Derby swag. And since Sarah from the Derby Desk is standing right behind me, make sure you check out the Derby Desk while you're here this week with Sarah and Claire. They're doing interviews all week for local media, so you'll get some FaceTime with the media if you go see Sarah and Claire at the Derby Desk this week. And I have it on good authority that the Derby Desk crew is going to be walking around, so if you see them, flag them down. And we are racing in 917, phase one. Alexa Mello in lane one, Warren Mead in lane two, Cohen Hardman in lane three. This is a rerun. Mello, our future marine zoologist. Mead, our future pilot. Hardman, our future pro baseball player.
Results are in from phase one of heat 917. And we see that Alexa Mello is leading the pack at this point, followed by Warren Mead at .054 and Cohen Harmon at .087.
On track now, it's heat 919, phase two. Bait and break in lane one, Kira Vessels in lane three. We asked them career interests. Kira said, interested in working with at-risk and endangered animal conservation. That's really cool. Peyton said, I'm still figuring out my life, which is totally fine. They're across the finish line. Break was the leader in that one after the first phase. We'll see here in a moment who's moving on.
Well, Jason, it looks like Break is continuing to lead. Peyton Break in the 629 car took this phase, followed closely, though, by Kira Vessels at .070. That's heat 919. More to come.
Heat 920, phase 2 getting ready to go. It'll be Braden Mosman in lane 1, Lydia Marthy in lane 2, and Meredith Brown in lane 3. Champs in position at the starting line. And they are racing. Bozeman, our future mechanical engineer in lane 1. Marthy, a future NICU nurse in lane 2. And Brown, our future second shift fry cook at the Krusty Krab in lane 3. They come across the finish line. And we will see who is moving on. Check that. That was only phase 2. We got a while before we figure out who moves on in that one, don't we?
Yeah, but that's okay. We do know that Lydia Marthy took this phase 2 run in her 630 car, followed closely by Meredith Brown at .047, and .06 belongs to Braden Mosman. And that's heat 920. Like I said before, more to come.
Heat 918 elimination phase for Kylie Kirk in lane 1 in car 600. Charlie Jans in car 617 in lane 2. And Kiera Johnson in car 646, lane 3. And they are off and racing. Kiera Johnson in lane 3 had the edge after 2 phases. Had 19 1,000s on Kylie, 26 1,000s on Charlie. Still anybody's heat as they come to the finish line.
Results in from heat 918. And it's Kylie Kirk hanging in there to take heat 918. Very close, though. Kiera Johnson at .024 and .081 for Charlie Jans. So Kylie's going to be moving on with a 600 car. Okay, heat 917, we have Cohen Hardman, Alexa Mello in number second lane. Third lane, we have Warren Mead, and it looks like it's very close. We'll have details for you here. The second phase of heat 917. And we got information in. Alexa Mello takes this portion. She steps out in front, followed by Warren Mead at .049 and Cohen Hardman at .12. So very good racing so far.
Next up is Heat 915, Phase 1, Lane 1 is going to be car 623 from Warrensburg, Missouri, Johnny Bueller. Bueller in Lane 1. In Lane 2, it's car 607 of Peyton Pollock from Alton, Illinois. Pollock in Lane 2, and in lane number 3, it's car 610 of Jacob Thomas. Thomas in Lane 3. Those three champs on track. Regions 4, 5, and 5 across there. 1, 2, 3. They race down towards the finish line. They've crossed the tunnel. They pass in front of the grandstand, and under the bridge they go.
Okay, heat 915A goes to Johnny Bueller, followed closely by Jacob Thomas at .011 and Peyton Pollock at .06.
We're being told this is Heat 920, Phase 3 on track right now. Moving on in Heat 920, it's going to be Lydia Marthy, who wins the Heat by .063 over Meredith Brown and .072 over Braden Mosman. Marthy will advance from Heat 920. Heat 917, phase 3 is next. In lane 1, it's car 620 of Warren Mead. Mead in lane 1. In lane 2, it's car 619 of Cohen Hardman. Hardman in lane 2. And in lane number 3, it's car 601 of Alexa Mello. Mello in lane 3. They're off and racing. Mead in lane 1, Hardman lane 2, Mello in lane 3. Mello had an edge of about half a tenth on Warren coming into this one. Cohen with .12 to make up, but here they come across the finish line.
Results from Heat 917 goes to Alexa Mello. Close race, though, just behind Warren Mead at .015 and Cohen Hardman at .168. So the 601 car and Alexa will advance.
Heat 915, phase 2 coming up. Lane 1, it's car 610 of Jacob Thomas. Thomas in lane 1. Lane 2, it's car 623 of Johnny Bueller. Bueller in lane 2. And in lane 3, it is car 607 of Peyton Pollock. Pollock in lane 3. And I just heard in my earpiece up here, we've got stock cars coming over the hill as we're on track in Heat 915. We'll see the stock division coming up in just a few minutes. In the meantime, super stocks on track. Thomas lane 1, Bueller lane 2, Pollock lane 3. Bueller won phase number 1 by .01. See what happened in that one and how that affects the overall.
Okay. Heat 915B. Well, that goes to Jacob Thomas, the GOAT, followed closely by Johnny Bueller, .002, 2/1000ths of a second. Peyton Pollock bringing up the next one at .083.
And since we're getting ready for the stock division, I do want to give out the reminders that I gave out earlier this morning when we started Masters and when we started Super Stock. Very important for our champs to remain in your lane, through the track, past the finish line, and into the run-out area. If you touch a lane line, it is a penalty. If you hit the guardrail, it's a penalty. If you hit the timer blocks, there are orange boxes between lanes 1 and 2 and lanes 2 and 3. If you hit those boxes, that is the timing equipment. So not only will you probably have people on the bridge crying, but there will also be a long delay while we get everything reset. So please make sure you stay in your lane. Also remember, for our stock champs who weren't here earlier, you do need to stay in your lane past the cones at the start of run out. So next up, it is going to be Heat 951, Phase 1. Be our first heats of the day for the stock division. Lane 1, it's car 745 from Worcester, Ohio, Owen Hartzler. Hartzler in lane 1. In lane 2, it's car 748 of Miles Brake. Brake in lane 2. And in lane 3, it is car 743 of Amelia Frampton. Frampton in lane 3. And we are off and racing in the rally stock division of the AUI Rally Challenge. Hartzler in lane 1, Brake in lane 2, Frampton in lane 3. Future pro football player, a future fireman, and a future dance teacher getting ready to cross the line. And another one of our reminders we always make for our stock folks that just got here, we do always wait to make sure the results are official before we announce them. We don't want to guess and be wrong. Even sometimes, hey, it looks like it, we can eyeball it, but we still want to make sure we have them absolutely right before we announce them to you. So, in Heat 951, Phase 1, the phase goes to Amelia Frampton by .081 over Miles Brake and .085 over Owen Hartzler. Frampton wins the stage. Heat 952, Phase 1 coming up. Lane 1, it's car 724 of Jack Jans. Jans in Lane 1 from Fredericksburg, Virginia. Lane 2, it is car 703 of Addison Mello from Clearwater, Florida. Mello in Lane 2. And in Lane 3, it's car 718 of Vincent Delacroix from Walworth, New York. Delacroix in Lane 3. And we are off and racing in 952 Phase 1. Jack Jans in Lane 1, Addison Mello in Lane 2, and Vincent Delacroix in Lane 3. A couple of champs here in Jan and Mello making their first competitive runs in the All-American Soapbox Derby this week. Vincent Delacroix, of course, been here in the past. Here they come across the finish line. And Lou will give you those results once they are official.
Okay, let's talk Heat 952. 952A goes to Vince Delacroix. Close race, 15 1,000s behind Addison Mello, and then we had Jack Jans at .035.
.953 Phase 1 on track. Lane 1, it's car 714 from Wood River, Illinois, Jace Mason. Mason in Lane 1. Lane 2, it's the pace car. And in Lane 3, car 710 from Indianapolis, Indiana, it's Micah Adkins. Adkins in Lane 3. Couple of champs from Region 5 crossing the finish line. And the pace car crosses the finish line as well. Somebody asked me earlier, is this going to be the year that the pace car finally wins a phase? I would say don't bet on Soapbox Derby ever, because that's kind of like degenerate behavior. But I don't know if I'd bet on the pace car this year. Just my hint.
Okay, winning the first phase of Heat 953 is Micah Adkins from Indianapolis. I think they know a little bit about racing down there. Right behind, Chase Mason at .063, and the pace car.
Also, another reminder to our champs, we do need you to run all the way out to the end of run out. So when you stop short, it causes a delay. So we want you to get all the way out past, if you're looking at the left-hand side of the track, past the end of the fence and down towards where the canopies are at run out. That's where we're picking you up to bring you back to the top. So if you can, try to make it all the way down there rather than stopping short. Heat 915, phase 3 next. Lane 1, car 607, it is Peyton Pollock. Lane 2, car 610 of Jacob Thomas. And in lane 3, it is car 623 of Johnny Bueller. Bueller, lane 3. And we are off and racing. You've got Pollock in lane 1, Thomas lane 2, Bueller in lane 3. Thomas and Bueller after 2 phases, separated by just 2 1,000ths of a second. Pollock right there, 2.083 back. Here they come to the finish line. And those results in Heat 915, Jacob Thomas is moving on. Thomas wins the heat by .038 over Johnny Bueller, and it was .159 back to Peyton Pollock. Jacob Thomas wins Heat 915. Next up, Masters Division, Heat 871. This is Phase 1. Lane 1, it's car 523 of Jacob Ham. Ham in Lane 1. And in lane 3, it's car 516 of Aaron Donovan. Donovan in lane 3. Off and racing between Ham and Donovan. Third round in our AUI Rally Masters Challenge today. Region 4 taking on Region 8. And they are across the finish line now.
Heat 871, phase 1 goes to Jacob Ham. Followed up by Eric Donovan at .027.
just got some Ohio's Best Lemonade. Thank you, Ohio's Best Lemonade. You guys are awesome. And thank you to Sarah Kolazar for bringing up the lemonade. Or was it you, Sarah, or did somebody else make the run? Somebody else made the run, but you handed it to me, so thank you. We are off and racing between Trevor Bean in lane 1 and Emma Roseland in lane 3. This is Heat 872, phase 1. Trevor wants to be a stay-at-home son. Roseland wants to go into the medical field. Here they come across the finish line. The pair of orange cars cross the line.
The data is in for phase 1 on Heat 872, and we're looking at Trevor Bean. Emma not too far behind at .033.
Next up, it is Heat 873, phase 1. In lane number 1, car 507 from Woodstock, Illinois, Logan Smith. Smith in lane 1. And in lane 3, it is car 512 from Hilton, New York, Carly Murphy. Murphy in lane 3. And we are off and racing. Smith lane 1, Murphy in lane 3. Region 5 facing Region 9 here as they get ready to finish.
The results for 873 ARN, and it's Carly Murphy taking this point, leading at this point. Logan Smith, not off by much, .027.
Coming up next will be Heat 951, Phase 2, Lane 1. It'll be Amelia Frampton in car 743, Frampton, Lane 1. Lane 2, car 745 of Owen Hartzler. Hartzler in Lane 2. And in Lane 3, it is car 748 of Miles Brake. Brake in Lane 3. And they are racing. Frampton lane 1, Hartzler lane 2, Brake in lane 3. Amelia won the first phase in this one by .081 over Miles, .085 over Owen. And it looks close again as they come across the finish line.
It's Amelia Frampton stepping up to take this particular phase. And it is a close one again. Owen Hartzler at .125 and Miles Brake at .164. This is Heat 951.
Next up, it's going to be Heat 954, Phase 1, Lane 1. It'll be car 712 of Jace King. King from Avon, Indiana in Lane 1. Lane 2, it'll be car 700 from Keystone, Nebraska, Dylan Auerda. Auerda in Lane 2. And in Lane 3, from Ogallala, Nebraska, it's car 727 of Rihanna Juarez. Juarez in Lane 3. Champs in position. We are racing. King in Lane 1, Auerda Lane 2, Juarez Lane 3. One champ from Region 5, two champs from Region 4. All three of these champs have been here before. They know the way down this hill. They are across the finish line.
Okay, 954A, the data is in, and Rihanna Juarez leads the pack at this point. We got Dylan at number 2 at .027, and Jace King at .054.
We are racing right now. 9:52, Phase 2 on track. Vincent Delacroix in Lane 1, Jack Jans in Lane 2, Addison Mello in Lane 3. Delacroix got Phase 1 by .015. Like good close racing between lanes 1 and 3 there. We'll get the official number.
Official numbers are up already, and Vincent Delacroix is stepping up and leading the pack at this point. We have Addison Mello right behind at .011, and Jack Jans at .1.
Getting ready now for Heat 9:55, Phase 1. Lane 1, it'll be car 725 from Las Vegas, Nevada, Preston Gresco. Gresco in Lane 1. In Lane 2, car 742 of Jordan Bittaker. Bittaker in Lane 2. And in Lane 3, car 762 from Philpott, Kentucky, Brandon Weaver. Weaver in Lane 3. And they are racing Gresco, Bittaker, and Weaver. We got champs from regions 3, 6, and 12, and we hear the cheering sections a little bit further up. We want to hear you a little bit louder, though. Let us hear you down here at the finish line. These champs getting ready to cross the finish line.
All right, Heat 955A. Well, that goes to Jordan Bittaker. It was a close race, 7 thousandths behind Brandon Weaver, and at .025 was Preston Gresco.
Heat 956, Phase 1, getting ready to go now. Lane 1, it'll be car 729 from Fountain, Colorado, Chase Scott. Scott in Lane 1. In Lane 2, car 705 from Sanford, Florida, Madison Taylor. Taylor in Lane 2. And in Lane 3, car 744 from Worcester, Ohio, Olivia Hartzler. Hartzler in Lane 3 off and racing. Regions 4, 7, and 6 in this heat. As we get down towards the halfway marker, Chase, a future naval aviator or military service member. Madison, a future vet, teacher, scientist, or WNBA player. Olivia, a future slime shop owner. And they are across the finish line.
Results are in for 956A, and that goes to Olivia Hartzler, followed up by Chase Scott at .017 and Madison Taylor at .112.
And we did have a couple stops short there, so we'll get them cleared off. Reminder to our champs, we're aiming for the canopies at the end of runout. We'd like you to try to get all the way there if you can. That makes it quicker for everybody to get the runout area cleared. Of course, got to have the runout area cleared before we send more cars down.
Jason, you think the wind dying down has helped out our champs any?
Well, it'll be interesting to see how the rest of the day goes for them. It's helped us out on the bridge, I can tell you that. Although it is a little warmer up here now. And we are off and racing our two orange cars on track. Roseland in lane 1. Bean in lane 3. Trevor Bean, I should say, in lane 3. Region 4 and Region 10 on their way down. After one phase, it was Trevor out front by .033. We'll see if Trevor can keep that advantage in lane number 3.
It looks as if Trevor did keep that advantage. He took 872, heat 872, and so Trevor and the 529 car will be advancing on. Close race, though. Emma was just behind by 4 one-thousandths of a second.
Off and racing now in Heat 871, Phase 2. This is Aaron Donovan in lane 1 in car 516. Jacob Ham in car 523 in lane 3. Ham took Phase 1 of this one by .027. So Aaron with a little bit of work to do in lane number 1. Here they come to the finish line.
It looks as Aaron Donovan stepped up and took the heat. Followed closely behind by Jacob by .026. So Aaron Donovan in the 516 car will be moving on.
And we get ready now for Heat 873, Phase 2. In lane 1, it's car 512 from Hilton, New York, Carly Murphy. Murphy, lane 1. And in lane 3, car 507 of Logan Smith. Smith in lane 3. And they are racing. Murphy in lane 1 leads this after one phase. Smith in lane 3 with .027 to make up if he wants to advance to the next round. will be the champ from Region 9 or the champ from Region 5. Here they come.
All right, Kaylee Murphy held tough, and she came out winning heat 873. Kaylee's going to advance in her Carly in the 512 car. But Logan put up a good fight at .076.
Heat 953, phase 2 is next. Lane 1, it'll be car 710 of Micah Adkins. Adkins in lane 1. In lane 2, it's car 714 of Jace Mason. Mason in lane 2. And in lane number 3, it is the pace car. No sponsor on that pace car. Unsullied by commercial advertising is the pace. Well, I think there might be something on the side. On track, Adkins in lane 1. Mason in lane 2. Pace car in lane 3. We asked their career interests on the bio cards. Micah said he wants to be a farmer. Jace, meanwhile, says he wants to operate the Mason Mansion Haunted House. Very cool. There's the finish for the champs. There's the finish line for the pace car.
Heat 953B goes to Micah Adkins. Followed up, of course, by Jace Mason at .159.
951, phase 3 next for the rally stock division. Lane 1, car 748 of Miles Brake. Brake in lane 1. In lane 2, it's car 743 of Amelia Frampton. Frampton in lane 2. And in lane 3, it's car 745 of Owen Hartzler. Hartzler in lane 3. Champs in position, and they are racing. Brake lane 1, Frampton lane 2, Hartzler lane 3. One of these champs about to move on to the second round in the AUI Rally Stock Challenge. After 2 phases, Amelia Frampton led the way by .125 over Owen, .164 over Miles. And there they are across the finish line cleanly.
It looks as if Amelia Frampton stepped up to take the heat. Heat 951, followed by her competitors very close, .203 and .204, Miles Brake and Owen Hartzler respective. So Amelia will be taking the 743 car and moving on.
Heat 954, phase 2 is next. In lane 1, it's car 727 of Rihanna Juarez. Juarez in lane 1. Lane 2, it's car 712 of Jace King. King in lane 2. And in lane number 3, it's car 700 of Dylan Auerda. Auerda in lane 3. They are racing. Juarez lane 1, King lane 2, Auerda lane number 3. Got a volleyball player, a football player, and a baseball player, and a basketball player, and a soccer player. Lanes 1, 2, and 3 as they come across the finish. Juarez had the lead in that heat by .027 after the first phase.
It's Rihanna Juarez leading the pack at this point, followed by Dylan Auerda at .06, and at .092, Jace King.
Elimination phase next in heat 952. Lane 1, it's car 703 of Addison Mello. Mello in lane 1. In lane 2, it's car 718 of Vincent Delacroix. Delacroix in lane 2. And in lane 3, it's car 724 of Jack Jans. Jans in lane 3. Like those champs still sitting up in their cars, and now they're starting to tuck in. Mello, a gymnast, a dancer, and a softball player. Delacroix, a baseball player, a football player, and a gamer. Jan's a soccer player, likes to make things in the garage, build Legos, play outside with friends, swim, spend time as a family, especially while rally racing. That is one of the great things about rally racing is the time you get to spend with your family. And oh, by the way, if you accumulate enough points, you get to come here to Akron, Ohio and compete in the All-American. So still waiting on Heat 952 Phase 3. As we reach the warm part of the day, don't forget Ohio's Best Lemonade down there near the grandstand. Along with the Thai dog stand, you've got Swenson's there as well. Papa John's is there for all your food and beverage needs. Custom apparel is here as well. And they always have great stuff at Custom Apparel. All right, getting set to go now in Heat 952 Phase 3. And they are off and racing. It's Mello in lane 1, Delacroix in lane 2, Jans in lane 3. Delacroix had the lead in lane 2 after 2 phases, but only by .011 over Addison Mello. Jack Jans at 10th back after 2. Find out who's moving on to the next round.
Okay, Heat 952 belongs to Vincent Delacroix. Closely behind Addison Mello at .015 and Jack Jans at .14.
Next up in the Superstock division, it's Heat 921, Phase 1, Lane 1. It'll be car 628 of Hudson Stull in Lane 1. In Lane 2, it's car 644 of Braden Locker from Owensboro, Kentucky. Locker in Lane 2. And in lane number 3, it is car 613 of DJ Hudson from Clearfield, Pennsylvania. Hudson in lane 3 as these champs are off and racing. Got a champ rather from Region 6 in lane 1, Region 12 in lane 2, Region 8 represented in lane 3. Racing their way in front of the grandstand now. They cross the finish line.
Heat 921A belongs to Braden Locker, followed by Hudson Stull at .011 and DJ Hudson at .012.
Heat 955, Phase 2 is next. Lane 1, car 762 of Brandon Weaver. Weaver in lane 1. In lane 2, it's car 725 of Preston Gresco. Gresco in lane 2. And in lane 3, it's car 742 of Jordan Bittaker. Bittaker in lane 3. Those three champs on track now. Bittaker was your leader after one. He's now racing in lane 3, had 7/1000ths of a second over Brandon Weaver, who's now in lane 1. 0.025 over Preston Gresco, racing in lane 2, rather. Here they come across the finish line.
Okay, nice close race. Brandon Weaver steps up to lead at this point for Heat 955 B, followed by Jordan Bittaker at .040 and Preston Gresco at .063.
Getting set now for Heat 922, Phase 1. Lane 1, it's car 622 of Kelsey Van Wart from Gretna, Nebraska. Van Wart, lane 1. Lane 3, it's car 610 of Jacob Thomas from Indianapolis, Indiana. Thomas in lane number 3. We got Region 4 and Region 5 represented here. Here they come down towards the finish.
Taking phase 1 of Heat 922, it is Kelsey Van Wart, followed by Jacob Thomas at .037.
Heat 956, Phase 2 coming up. Lane 1, it'll be car 744 of Olivia Hartzler. Hartzler in lane 1. In lane 2, car 729 of Chase Scott out of Fountain, Colorado. Scott, lane 2. And in lane 3, it's car 705 of Madison Taylor. So Hartzler lane 1, Scott lane 2, Taylor lane 3. Hartzler was your leader after that first phase.
Hartzler continues to lead as we hit with the information from Heat 956B. Chase Scott next at .095 and Madison Taylor with .251.
On track right now, it's Heat 957. This is Phase 1, Lane 1, car 758 of Leanne Sally from Madisonville, Kentucky. Lane 2, it's car 713 of Jaden Gilbert from Indianapolis, Indiana. And in Lane 3, it's car 756 of Zachary Gordon from Owensboro, Kentucky. As they get ready to cross the finish line. A couple of champs from Region 12 in that one, and one in Lane 2 from Region 5.
Leading as we get into Heat 957, it is Leanne Sally followed up by Zach Gordon at .045 and Jaden Gilbert at .106.
Racing next, it's Heat 953 elimination phase time for these champs. Lane 1, it's the pace car. In lane 2, it is car 710 of Micah Adkins. And in lane number 3, it's car 714 of Jace Mason. They are off and racing. Adkins in lane 2, Mason in lane 3. And after 2 phases, it was Adkins with an advantage of a little over a tenth and a half. We'll see if Micah can hang on to that or if it'll be Jace moving on to the next round.
It looks as if Micah Atkins will be moving on to the next round, coming across the finish line in the 710 car, followed by Jason Mason at .230.
Time for Heat 958, phase 1. And I'm told we need help in run out. So if you're willing to volunteer in run out, we sure could use your help down there. More volunteers we have in run out, the faster the day goes. So if you're willing to help out in run out, we sure could use your help. On track right now, you've got Adela McBride in lane number 1 from Brule, Nebraska. You've got Leo Jans from Fredericksburg, Virginia in lane 2, and you've got Cass Chappell from Providence, Kentucky in lane 3. And here they come. A lot of movement there in lane 2 from Jans, but they do cross the finish line.
Heat 958A goes to Adela McBride, followed up by Cash Chappell at .026 and Leo Jans at .04.
954 phase 1 is next. Lane 1, it'll be car 712 of Jace King. King in lane 1. Lane 2, it's car 700 of Dylan Awarda. Awarda in lane 2. And in lane 3, it's car 727 of Rihanna Juarez. Juarez in lane 3. They are off and racing. Got a future law enforcement officer, a future artist, and a future veterinarian in this one. They are cleanly across the line.
The first phase of Heat 954 goes to Dylan Awarda, followed up closely by Rihanna Juarez at .016 and Jace King at .053.
Moving on to Heat 921, Phase 2. Lane 1, it'll be car 613 of DJ Hudson. Lane 2, it's car 628 of Hudson Stull. And in lane 3, it's car 644 of Braden Locker. They are off and racing now. After one phase, it was very close. 11 1,000ths. The lead for Braden. Hudson Stall right there. DJ Hudson, another 1,000th back in third after one. So this is still very much anybody's heat. We'll get those results coming up.
Heat 921 B goes to DJ Hudson, followed up by Hudson Stall at .023 and Braden Locker at .042.
Heat 959, phase one, all set. Lane one, car 732 from Omaha, Nebraska, Lily Brand. Brand in lane one. Lane two, it is car 761 from Owensboro, Kentucky, Carson Locker. Locker in lane two. And in lane three, it's car 702 from Oviedo, Florida, Haley Hoagie. Hoagie in lane three. And they cross the finish line. Again, we could use help in run out. If you are willing to help in run out, we sure could use you.
The stats are in for Heat 959A. And the winner is, or the leader, I should say, is Lily Brand, followed by Carson Locker at .036 and Haley Hoagie at .051.
Heat 960, phase one coming up. Lane one, it's car 723 of Charlie Klimas. Klimas in lane one. Lane two, car 726 of Audrey Lou Myers. Myers in lane two. And in lane three, it's car 734 of Marissa Juarez. Juarez in lane three. Those three champs looking clean as they cross over the tunnel. Here they come down past the grandstands and under the bridge. Oh my, we got big problems in run out, it looks like. Had a collision back there. Nope, they say no, didn't hit anything. But a couple champs way out of shape.
The data is in from Heat 960A, and it goes to Marissa Juarez, followed by 9 1,000ths to Audrey Lou Myers and Charlie Kilmus at .143.
So no violations there. The rule is for this year, you only have to clear the cones in your lane. And so all of the activity down there in run out happened past the cones. There were no collisions. And because of that, there are no penalties. After a couple of those champs were really out of form. All those champs do appear to be okay. They're out of their cars. Again, no collision. And we move on to Heat 955, Phase 3. Lane 1, it'll be car 742 of Jordan Bittaker. Bittaker in lane 1. Lane 2, it's car 762 of Brandon Weaver. Weaver in lane 2. And in lane 3, it's car 725 of Preston Gresco. Gresco in lane 3. One of these champs about to move on to the next round in our AUI Stock Challenge. And they are racing. Bittaker lane 1, Weaver lane 2, Gresco in lane 3. Brandon Weaver currently in lane 2 is your leader after 2 phases. That's leader .040 on Jordan, .063 on Preston. Here they come underneath the bridge.
Okay, the data is in for Heat 955, and the victory goes to Brandon Weaver. Brandon Weaver will be moving on in his 762 car. Had a close race of Jordan Bittaker back by 0.25 and 0.075 for Preston Gresco.
Next, it's Heats 922, Phase 2. Lane 1, it's car 610 from Indianapolis, Indiana, Jacob Thomas. Thomas in lane 1. In lane 3, car 622, Kelsey Van Wart. Van Wart in lane 3. Getting those 2 champs into position. And we're racing. It's Thomas in lane 1. It's Van Wart in lane 3. Van Wart with a lead of .037 after the first phase. We'll see if Kelsey can hold on to that or if Jacob will close in and move on to the next round. Here they come to the finish. Line judges took a look at it, declared it clean. Lou's got the results.
And the winner of Heat 922 is Kelsey Van Wart, followed closely by Jacob Thomas with a differential of .082. So Kelsey will be moving on in the 622 car.
Heat 961, Phase 1 up next for the stock division. Lane 1, car 760 of Zachary Sally from Madisonville, Kentucky. Sally in lane 1. In lane 2, it's car 750 from Hudson, Ohio, Reagan Nelman. Nelman in lane 2. And in lane number 3, it's car 746 from Akron, Ohio, Lennox Lee. Lee in lane 3. The regions 12 and 6 represented here. You've got a future marine biologist in lane 1, a future influencer or basketball player in lane 2, and a future doggy daycare worker in lane 3. They are across the line.
All right, 961B. It's Reagan Nailman of Hudson out there leading the pack at this point, followed by Lennox Lee at .011, and then Zachary Sally at .047.
Heat 956, phase 3 coming your way next. Lane 1, it is car 705 from Sanford, Florida, Madison Taylor. Taylor in lane 1. In lane 2, car 744 from Worcester, Ohio, Olivia Hartzler. Hartzler in lane 2. And in lane 3, it's car 729 from Fountain, Colorado, Chase Scott. Scott in lane 3. So standing by for a start. The run out crew looking for a stick in lane 1. All right, so I think we've resolved whatever was on there. Mike Hessner, well done. Getting up there and cleaning up lane 1. Now we're ready to race. Somebody on the bridge just told him to run back. That's kind of cruel, man. In this heat, come on now. We're off and racing. Madison Taylor in lane 1, Olivia Hartzler in lane 2, Chase Scott in lane 3. And after 2 phases, it was Chase Scott in second in that heat after 2 phases. Olivia Hartzler showed the way by .095 over Chase. We'll find out in just a bit here who is moving on.
The data is in for Heat 956, and we find Olivia Hartzler as the winner of Heat 956, followed by Chase Scott at .107 and Maddie Taylor at .322. So Olivia will move on.
And we'll move on to Heat 957, Phase 2, Lane 1. It'll be car 756 of Zachary Gordon. Gordon in Lane 1. Lane 2, it's car 758 of Leanne Sally. Sally, Lane 2. And in lane number 3, it's car 713 of Jaden Gilbert. Gilbert in Lane 3. And we're racing. Heat 957, stock division. Gordon, lane 1. Sally, lane 2. Gilbert, lane 3. Leanne Sally got the first phase of this one by .045. And here they come down to the finish.
It's Leanne Sally leading the way at heat 957B, followed by Zach Gordon at .064 and Jaden Gilbert at .147.
Next up, it's heat 962, phase one, lane one. It's car 740 from New Philadelphia, Ohio, Jensen Stull. Stull in lane one. Lane two, car 741 from Rittman, Ohio, Alicia Swinderman. Swinderman in lane two. And in lane three, it's car 720 of Cooper Wall. Wall from Fairview, Pennsylvania in lane three. They are off and racing. Wall lane one, Swinderman lane two, Wall lane three. Some future racers in here. Jensen wants to be a NASCAR driver. Alicia wants to be an NHRA drag racer, and if not, a professional dog sitter or pillow fighter super pro. Cooper, meanwhile, wants to play football for the Cincinnati Bengals.
Okay, the first phase of heat 962 goes to Cooper Wall, followed by Alicia Swinderman at .0616 and Jensen Stull at .035.
On track right now, heat 958, phase two. Cash Chapel in lane one, Adela McBride in lane two. And in lane three, it's Leo Jans. Adela took phase one. See how those results change things.
Phase two for heat 958 finds Cash Chapel leading the way, followed by Adela McBride at .024 and Leo Jans at .05.
Heat 963, phase one, set to go next. Lane one, it's car 731 of Carson Elston from Centennial, Colorado. Elston in lane one. In lane two, it's car 747 from Akron, Ohio, Alea Gear. Gear in lane two. And in lane number three, it's car 717 from Gettsville, New York, Adriana Hassan. Hassan in lane three. As these champs from regions 4, 6, and 9 making their way down. They cross the finish line clean.
Heat 963A goes to Carson Elston, followed up by Alea Greer at .040 and Adriana Hassan at .084.
Next is heat 954, phase 2. Lane 1, it'll be car 727 of Rihanna Juarez. Juarez in lane 1. Lane 2, car 712 of Jace King. King in lane 2. And in lane 3, it's car 700 of Dylan Auerda. Auerda in lane 3 as they are on track. Auerda, your heat leader after 1 by .016 over Rihanna Juarez, who's over in lane 1 now. Jace King in lane 2 with .053 to make up here. Here they come across the finish line. Our future veterinarian, our future law enforcement officer, and our future artist.
All right, it's Rihanna Juarez stepping up to take the lead in heat 954 phase 2, followed closely by Dylan Auerda at .034, and at .072 it was Jace King.
We've got a family affair coming up here in heat 964 phase 1, lane 1. It's car 737 from Centennial, Colorado, Blake Elston. Blake Elston in lane 1. In lane 2, it's car 730. Also from Centennial, Colorado, it's Ethan Elston. Ethan Elston in lane 2. And in lane 3, it's car 749 from Warren, Ohio, Cameron Wyant. Wyant in lane 3. Off and racing. We've got Elston's in lane 1 and 2. Blake lane 1, Ethan lane 2, Cameron Wyant in lane 3. Racing down for the finish.
Okay, it is heat 964A, and that goes to Ethan Elston in a 730 car, followed up by Cameron Wyant at .012, and Blake Elston comes in at .085.
All right, next up, 921, phase 3. Lane 1, it's going to be car 644 of Braden Locker. Locker lane 1, lane 2, car 613 of DJ Hudson. Hudson lane 2 on track, and in lane 3, it's car 628 of Hudson Stull. Gerald Hudson was your leader after 2 phases over Hudson Stull by .023. We'll see if that result changes anything.
The data is in for heat 921, and it shows that DJ Hudson stepped up and took the heat, and DJ is going to be advancing with the 613 car. We had a very close race, of course. Hudson Stull at .012 and Brian Locker at .015. Just several thousandths of a second between them.
959, phase 2 coming up. Lane 1, car 702 of Haley Hoagie. Hoagie in lane 1. In lane 2, it's car 732 of Lily Brand. Brand in lane 2. And in lane 3, it's car 761 of Carson Locker. Locker in lane 3. Getting these champs set to go, and they are racing. Hoagie lane 1, Brand lane 2, Locker lane 3. Haley told us she wants to be an actress. Lily wants to be a pop singer. Carson wants to be an artist and a world champion like her big brother Braden. All 3 of these champs look clean as they cross the line. Good competitive phase there.
This turns out to be really good racing. We have Lily Brand taking the lead at this point. This phase 2 of heat 959, followed up by Haley Hoagie at .042 and Carson Locker at .085.
Up next, it is heat 960, phase 1, lane 1. Car 723 of Charlie Klimas. Klimas in lane 1. Lane 2, car 726 of Audrey Lou Myers. Myers in lane 2, and in lane 3, it's car 734 of Marissa Juarez. Juarez in lane 3. They are off and racing. Region 8 and Region 4 represented in this heat. They've passed the tunnel. They cross under the bridge.
Just getting started in heat 960A. That goes to Audrey Lou Myers, followed by Marissa Juarez at .012 and Charlie Clambus at .071.
961, phase 2 is next. It'll be car 746 of Lennox Lee in lane 1. Car 760 of Zachary Sally in lane 2, and in lane 3, it'll be car 750 of Reagan Nelman. Nelman, your heat leader after that first phase, beat Lennox Lee by 11 one-thousandths of a second in that first phase. And also had a gap of 47 thousandths back to Zachary Sally as they get ready to finish this phase.
Okay, the data is in for 961B, and Reagan Nelman leading the pack right now by 2 thousandths over Lennox Lee, and Zachary Sally came in with .037.
Set to go in 965, phase 1. Continuing in our rally stock division. Lane 1, it's car 733 of Sophia Bishop. Bishop, lane 1. Lane 2, car 701 of Magnolia Susie. Susie in lane 2. And in lane 3, car 738 of Parker Demers. Demers in lane 3. And we got a couple of cheering sections welcoming these champs to the finish line.
Okay, 965, phase 1. Parker Demers, followed by Sophia Bishop, and then Magnolia Susie at .060.
957, phase 3 getting loaded in right now. This is an elimination phase for these champs. Lane 1, it's car 713 of Jaden Gilbert. Gilbert in lane 1. In lane 2, it's car 756 of Zachary Gordon. Gordon in lane 2. And in lane number 3, it's car 758 of Leanne Sally. Sally in lane 3. Just about set to go between these champs. And we are racing. Gilbert lane 1, Gordon lane 2, Sally lane 3. Leanne Sally, the leader through 2 by .064 over Zachary Gordon. I got to note the career interests for these 3 champs. Jaden said to be a basketball or football player. Zachary Gordon said wants to be a pro soccer player and own a noodle company. And Leanne Sally wants to be a professional axe thrower. Lou is checking those results now.
Results for heat 957 shows Leanne Sally hanging in there and taking the heat. She'll be advancing with the 758 car. And we had Zachary Gordon at .081 and Jaden Gilbert at .239.
On we go to heat 966, phase one. Lane one, it's car 739 from Columbus, Ohio, Delaney Nichols. Nichols in lane one. In lane two, it's car 757 from Denver, North Carolina, Baylor Flo. Flo in lane two. And in lane three, it's car 736 of Annabella Brown from Ogallala, Nebraska. Brown in lane three. And they are off and racing. It's Delaney Nichols, lane one, Baylor Flo, lane two, Annabella Brown in lane three. Delaney Nichols, by the way, got to send a shout out to Delaney. 3 times a co-pilot for the Super Kids. Very cool stuff there. These 3 champs getting ready to cross the line. And as we wait for the results, I will remind you, Friday is the National Super Kids Classic. And we encourage you. I know Friday can be a little bit of a busy day with things going on at Topside. Of course, there's things to do in the evening, but really encourage you to come out and support those Super Kids champs as they take to the hill on Friday.
Heat 966A goes to Delaney Nichols. Followed up by Annabella Brown at .044 and Baylor Flo at .051.
Next up, it's heat 967, phase one. Lane one, it's car 716 of Garrett Kilby. Kilby in lane one. Out of Plymouth, Minnesota. Lane two, it'll be car 719 of Unionville, Virginia's Brooklyn Huggins. Huggins in lane two. Lane three, it's car 709 of Fortville, Indiana's Hudson Manning. Manning in lane three. They race down towards the finish line now. These champs from regions 5 and 8.
In this first phase of Heat 967, it is Hudson Manning stepping out in front, followed by 0.02 of a second for Brooklyn Huggins and .0 and .014 for Garrett Kilby.
So we've got run out just about cleared out now. 962, phase two is next. Lane one, it's going to be Cooper Wall in car 720. Wall lane one. Lane two, car 740 of Jensen Stahl. Stahl lane two. And in lane three, it's car 741 of Alicia Swinderman. Swinderman in lane three. And they are off and racing. Cooper Wall in lane one was your leader after the first phase. Swinderman's over in lane three, second place by .016. All in lane two with a gap of .035 to close here. To our future Cincinnati Bengal in lane one, trying to hold that lead. Doesn't say what position Cooper would want to play, but you're going on the Cincinnati Bengals. Wide receiver, right? That'd be a good place to be. Or didn't we have a champ earlier that said they want to make a lot of money for not doing very much? Backup quarterback.
We have
Joe Burrow.
Got results for 962 B, and that is Cooper Wall. He's leading the pack there. Alicia Swinderman at .017 and Jason Stahl at .075.
958 phase three loaded in right now. Lane one, it's going to be car 721 of Leo Jans. Jans in lane 1. Lane 2, it's going to be car 763 of Cash Chapel. Chapel in lane 2. And in lane 3, it's car 728 of Adela McBride. McBride in lane 3. Cash Chapel in lane 2, your leader after 2 by .024 over Adela. So who's it going to be moving on? Will it be Cash, Adela, or Leo?
Results are in for heat 958, and it will be Cash Chapel moving on in that 763 car, followed by Leo Jans at .027 and Adela at .038.
And into position is heat 963, phase 2. Lane 1, car 717 of Adriana Hassan. Hassan in lane 1. Lane 2, car 731 of Carson Elston. Elston lane 2. And in lane 3, car 747 of Alea Gear. Gear in lane 3. They are off in racing. Hassan in lane 1, part of the Drama Club, as well as a swimmer, a singer, and an artist. Elston in lane 2, a runner, a soccer player, a football player, a baseball player, and a guitar player. Alea, a cheerleader and a basketball player outside of the Derby. They are across the finish line now.
The results from heat 963B are in, and it's Alea Gear stepping up, leading the pack at this point. And Carson Nelson not too far away by 8 1/1000ths, and Adriana Hassan at .104.
All right, we are on to the championship heat for the Masters division. Lane number 1, it's car 516 from Eagleville, Pennsylvania, Aaron Donovan. Donovan in lane 1. Lane 2, it's car 529 from Dover, New Hampshire of Trevor Bean. Bean in lane 2. And in lane number 3, it is car 512 from Hilton, New York, Carly Murphy. Murphy in lane 3. Just about set to go. Phase 1 of our championship heat for the Rally Masters, the AUI Rally Challenge. Here we go. Donovan in lane 1, Trevor B in lane 2, Carly Murphy in lane 3. Three very, very experienced champs here. Here they come to the finish. Results as we have them right now. Championship heat for the Masters. Phase 1, give it to Aaron Donovan by .019 over Carly Murphy and .040 over Trevor Bean. Back to the stock division, 954, phase 3. Lane 1, it's Dylan Auerda. Lane 2, Rihanna Juarez. Lane 3, Jace King. Juarez was in the lead after 2 phases. Will it hold after that? We'll take a look.
Okay, the data is in for Heat 954, and it is Rihanna Juarez advancing to the next round with car 727. Dylan Awerda at .057, and Jace King at .131.
.959, phase 3 is next. Lane 1, car 761 of Carson Locker. Lane 2, it's car 702 of Haley Hoagie. And in lane 3, it is car 732 of Lily Brand. They are off and racing. Brand over there in lane 3, your leader in this heat after 2 phases. Haley in second in lane 2 by .042. Carson third place in lane 1 with .085 to make up.
Lily Brand holds on to take Heat 959. So Lily will be moving on, and we had Jason Locker behind by .084 and Haley Hoagie by .1.
Heat 964, phase 1 is next. Lane 1, car 737 of Blake Elston from Centennial, Colorado. Lane 2, it's car 730 of Ethan Elston from Centennial, Colorado. And in lane 3, it's car 749 of Cameron Wyant. So we've had to rerun this heat, so we'll try it again. They are on track. Blake Elston, lane 1. Ethan Elston, lane 2. Cameron Wyant in lane 3. Career interest for these champs. Blake said, I don't know, there's so many choices. Ethan wants to be a pro race car driver, a small business owner. Cameron, meanwhile, wants to be the best trash man to ever exist.
Okay, we have Heat 964, a rerun. We're in phase 1, and that goes to Ethan Elston. Followed closely by 2 1,000s is Cameron Wyant, and at .173, Blake Elston.
Heat 960, phase 2 is next. Lane 1, car 734 of Marissa Juarez. Juarez in lane 1. In lane 2, it's car 723 of Charlie Klimas. Klimas in lane 2, and in lane number 3, it is car 726 of Audrey Lou Myers. Myers in lane 3. They are racing. Juarez lane 1, Klimas lane 2, Myers lane 3. Regions 4, 8, and 4 across the track here. Myers took phase 1 of this one. We always ask the career interests, and Audrey said, well, I think I'm going to wait until the 6th grade to figure that out, which, I mean, that's, you know, even that's pretty early compared to most people, right? I didn't figure out what I wanted to do until I was a senior in college.
Well, Audrey Lou Myers is leading the pack here at Heat 960 by taking phase 2. However, she's got some competition with Marissa Juarez at .032 and Charlie Klimas at .151.
Heat 961. This is the elimination phase for this one. Lane 1, it's Reagan Nelman. Lane 2, it's Lennox Lee. And in lane 3, it's Zachary Sally. Nelman and Lee separated by just 2/1000ths of a second after 2 phases. Zachary, meanwhile, over there in lane 3 with .037 to make up if he wants to go on to the next round.
Results in from Heat 961. And it looks like Reagan Nelman is going to be advancing on. And we both of our competitors were just .035 each behind her.
Next up, Heat 965, Phase 2, Lane 1, car 738. It's Parker Demers. Lane 2, car 733 of Sophia Bishop. And in lane 3, it's car 701 of Magnolia Susi. Off and racing about halfway down for Demers, Bishop, and Susi. Coming down for the finish. Here they come. It was Parker Demers after one phase.
Heat 965B, the data is in, and it finds Parker Demers out ahead, followed by Sophia Bishop at .035 and Magnolia Susi at .073.
Next up, it's going to be Heat 923, Phase 1 in the Superstock. Lane 1, car 601 of Alexa Mello. Mello in lane 1. And over in lane 3, it's going to be car 600 of Kylie Kirk. Kirk in lane 3. And they are off and racing. Mello, lane 1, Kirk, lane 3. And both these champs had outstanding seasons in the Rally Superstock division. 21 rally wins for Kylie, 11 for Alexa. Good for first and fifth in all of Superstock racing this season, and they are close as they come across the line. We'll see if Lou is going to make this cheering section right below the bridge happy or not here in just a moment.
Are you ready to cheer? Alexa Mello. Takes phase 1. Is out in front, I should say. That's Heat 923. Kylie Kirk not far behind with 64 1,000ths.
Always great to have the Florida delegation down here in the grandstands. Every year, I think we see them. Air horns ready to roll. Good to see you guys again. 924, Phase 1 on track right now, Lane 1. It's car 630 of Lydia Marthy. Marthy in lane 1. And in lane 3, it's car 629 of Peyton Brake. Brake in lane 3. Two champs from Region 6 cross the finish line here.
Heat 924A goes to Peyton Brake. Oh, hey, I heard that. McCarthy not far behind at all with .010.
Next, we'll be seeing Heat 966, Phase 2. Lane 1, it's car 736 of Annabella Brown. Brown in Lane 1. Lane 2, it's going to be car 739 of Delaney Nichols. Nichols in Lane 2. And in Lane 3, it's car 757 of Baylor Flo. Flo in Lane 3. Delaney Nichols in Lane 2, by the way, 24 rally wins on the season. That's tops in all of Derby Nation across any division for this season. And Delaney leads this heat after one phase by .044 over Annabella Brown, who's over in Lane 1. Baylor Flo was in third place, .051.
Delaney Nichols remains on top after two phases. This is Heat 966, of course, followed by Baylor Flo at .1 and Annabelle Brown at .055.
Heat 925 is next. This will be phase 1. On track, it's car 613 of DJ Hudson in lane 1. And in lane 3, it's car 622 of Kelsey Van Wart. Van Wart in lane 3. Champs from regions 8 and 4. Kelsey Van Wart, by the way, defending champion in the Rally Super Stock. Gerald Hudson, by the way, also number 2 in Super Stock Rally points in the season. 952 points for DJ Hudson this year.
And DJ Hudson takes this phase, followed by 6 1,000s going to Kelsey Van Wart. That's very close.
And we go back to our championship heat in the Masters division. Heat 874, phase 2, lane 1, it'll be car 512 of Carly Murphy. Lane 2, it'll be car 516 of Aaron Donovan. And in lane 3, it'll be car 529 of Trevor Bean. All right, just about set to go. It looks like hatches are closed. We are about ready to go in phase 2 of our championship heat in the AUI Rally Challenge for the Masters. They are off and racing. It's Murphy in lane 1, Donovan in lane 2, Trevor Bean in lane 3. First phase went to Aaron Donovan by .019 over Carly, .040 over Trevor. As they get ready to cross the finish line. We'll see how that result affects things in the overall. All right, results, aggregate times through 2 phases. The lead has changed hands. Carly Murphy will take the lead into the final phase by 2 1,000ths of a second over Aaron Donovan in second. It'll be Trevor Bean, .074 back in third, heading to the final phase of our championship heat in the AUI Rally Masters Challenge. You expect close racing when a group like that gets together, and that's exactly what we're seeing in this championship heat so far. Heat 967, phase 2 on track for the stock division. Hudson Manning in lane 1, Garrett Kilby in lane 2, and Brooklyn Huggins in lane 3. Our future software architect, YouTube personality, or NASA designer in lane 1. Future SWAT team member in lane 2. And a future marine biologist in lane 3. They come across the finish line.
Okay, Heat 967. And this is phase 2. Finds Hudson Manning still leading the pack. We got Garrett Kilby in at 0.44 and an aggregate time for Brooklyn Huggins at 0.052.
.962, phase 3 on track now. Lane 1, car 741 of Alicia Swinderman in lane 1. Cooper Wall in car 720, lane 2. Jensen Stahl, car 740 in lane 3. It was Cooper Wall leading after 2. He's in lane 2 right now. We'll see who's moving on to the next round.
Final results for Heat 962 finds Alicia Swinderman stepping out in front, and she'll be advancing on. We also had Cooper Wall with 0.02 and 0.16 for Jensen Stahl for a differential.
Heat 963, phase 3 is next. Lane 1, car 747 of Alea Gear. Gear in lane 1. Lane 2, car 717 of Adriana Hassan. Hassan in lane 2. And in lane 3, it's car 731 of Carson Elston. Elston in lane 3. The gap was just 8/1000ths of a second after 2 phases between Alea Gear in first, Carson Elston in second. Hassan was about a 10th back.
Alea Gear managed to hold on and take Heat 963. But it was a close race. Carson Elston was 4th, 1/1000ths behind him, and Elena Hassan had 0.167. That's 167.
Heat 964, phase 2 next. Lane 1, it'll be car 749 of Cameron Wyant. Wyant in lane 1. Lane 2, it's car 737 of Blake Elston. Elston in lane 2, and in lane 3, it's car 730 of Ethan Elston. Ethan Elston in lane 3. And here they come. Wyant lane 1, Blake Elston lane 2, Ethan Elston lane 3. Ethan Elston took the first phase, but Cameron was just 2/1000ths behind. Blake with some work to do, a little more than a 10th and a half back.
Phase 2 action for Heat number 964 finds Ethan Elston heading out in front there. Cameron Wyatt off by 7/1000ths of a second, of a minute, second. And Blake Elston at .370.
Heat 960, phase 3 is next. Lane 1, car 726 of Audrey Myers. Myers in lane 1. In lane 2, it's car 734 of Marissa Juarez. Juarez in lane 2. And in lane number 3, it's car 723 of Charlie Klimas. Klimas in lane 3. They're about halfway down now, just about. Audrey Lou Myers was in the lead after two phases, rather. With Marissa .032 back. Charlie with a gap about 1/10.5 to close.
Audrey Lou Myers manages to hold on. Number 960. 960. Followed by Marissa Juarez at .047 and Charlie Klimas at .257. So Audrey Lou Myers will be moving on.
Heat 965, phase 3, set to go next. Lane 1, it's car 701 of Magnolia Susie. Susie in lane 1. In lane 2, it's car 738 of Parker Demers. Demers in lane 2. And in lane 3, it's car 733 of Sophia Bishop. Bishop in lane 3. They're off and racing. Parker with the lead after 2 by .035 over Sophia. And there is the finish.
Parker Demers manages to hold on to take heat 965, followed by Sophia Bishop with a .036 and Magnolia Susie at .103.
Heat 924, phase 2 is next. Lane 1, it'll be car 629 of Peyton Brake. Brake in lane 1, and in lane 3, it's car 630 of Lydia Marthy. Marthy in lane 3. And they are racing. And this was a close one in the first phase. Peyton took it, but only by 10/1000ths of a second over Lydia. So anybody's heat as they come down past the tunnel. Racing to the finish line are Peyton and Lydia. We'll find out who's going on to the next round.
The data is in, and it's Peyton Brake headed on to the next round, taking heat number 924. And Lydia Marthy had a time of .010.
On we go to heat 923, phase 1. We've got a rerun in this heat, so back to phase 1. Lane 1, it's Alexa Mello in car 601. And in lane 3, it's Kylie Kirk in car 600. They are off and racing. Mello lane 1, Kirk lane 3. Kirk, your top point earner in the Superstock this year with 1,004 points. But both these champs had outstanding seasons on the rally circuit. There's the finish line for them.
It was Mello. Alexa Mello taking heat number 923. Riley Kirk had a differential of .069.
.966, phase 3 next. Lane 1, it'll be car 757 of Baylor Flow. Flow lane 1. Lane 2, it's car 736 of Annabella Brown. Brown in lane 2. And in lane 3, it's car 739 of Delaney Nichols. Nichols in lane 3. And those champs are off and racing. Flow lane 1, Brown lane 2, Nichols lane 3. Nichols your leader in this heat after 2 phases by a little bit more than half a tenth over Annabella Brown. Baylor with a full tenth to make up here. And here they come. Will it be Delaney moving on to the next round? Or will Annabella or Baylor be able to close in? While we wait for those results, want to remind everybody of the Derby desk. Sarah and Claire, and I was told they were going to be walking around a little bit this afternoon, but they're conducting interviews for local media. So if you want some media FaceTime this week, make sure to find Sarah and Claire, the Derby desk crew, and have a chat with them.
Okay, heat 966 goes to Delaney Nichols. He stepped up. Yes, so car 739 and Delaney will be going on to the next round. Close enough race. Annabella Brown, differential of .075, and Baylor Flow, .116.
Okay, time to name a champion in the AUI Rally Challenge for the Masters Division. Third and final phase of the championship heat. Lane 1, it'll be car 529 of Trevor Bean. Bean in lane 1. Lane 2, it'll be car 512 of Carly Murphy. Murphy in lane 2. And in lane 3, it's car 516 of Aaron Donovan. Donovan, lane 3. And they are off and racing for a championship. B in lane 1, Murphy, lane 2, Donovan, lane 3. The gap from first place Carly Murphy to second place Aaron Donovan was 2/1000ths of a second through 2 phases. Trevor still right in it there at .074 back. Who's going to be the champion of the Rally Challenge in the Masters? That is very, very close. All right, results in the AUI Rally Challenge Championship Heat. Third place goes to Trevor Bean of Dover, New Hampshire. Margin of .067. Second place goes to Aaron Donovan. An overall margin of .017. And your AUI Rally Challenge champion in the Masters Division from Hilton, New York, it's Carly Murphy. Murphy, the champion of the AUI Rally Challenge in the Masters Division for 2024. Congratulations to Carly, the 4-time champ, getting the week started off right with a win in the AUI Rally Challenge. But congratulations to Aaron and Trevor as well. Really outstanding racing between 3 of the great champs in the Masters Division. We move on in the Superstock Division. Heat 925, Phase 2. Lane 1 belongs to Kelsey Van Wart. Van Wart, lane 1. Lane 2, it's DJ Hudson. Here they come down to the finish. The gap between these two after 1 phase was just 6/1000ths of a second. Who's it going to be moving on?
The data is in for heat 925. And it finds Kelsey Van Wart, the winner of this heat. Kelsey will be advancing on in the 622 car. And it was a really close race over a couple of phases. The difference was .013.
Next up, heat 968, phase 1 for the stock division, lane 1. Car 743 of Amelia Frampton. Frampton in lane 1. In lane 2, it's car 718 of Vincent Delacroix. Delacroix in lane 2. And in lane 3, it's car 710 of Micah Adkins. Adkins in lane 3. Micah Adkins, by the way, celebrating a birthday today. Happy birthday to Micah as those three cross the finish line.
.968A sees Vincent Delacroix out in front, and his two competitors are very close at .071 for Micah and .074 for Amelia. We'll see what happens in the next phase.
Heat 967, phase 3 coming your way next. Lane 1, it's car 719 of Brooklyn Huggins. Huggins in lane 1. Lane 2, it's car 709 of Hudson Manning. Manning in lane 2. And in lane 3, it's car 716 of Garrett Kilby. Kilby in lane number 3. Off and racing. Heat 967, phase 3, Brooklyn Huggins, lane 1, Hudson Manning, lane 2, Garrett Kilby, lane 3. Manning had the lead after 2. .044 to the good.
It is Hudson Manning taking heat 967. Hudson will be advancing on, and we had Brooklyn Huggins coming in at .059. The differential for Garrett Kilby was .066. So the 709 car and Hudson will be moving on.
Heat 969, phase 1 is next, lane 1. It's car 744 of Olivia Hartzler. Hartzler in lane 1. Lane 2, it'll be car 727 of Rihanna Juarez. Juarez in lane 2. And in lane 3, it's car 762 of Brandon Weaver. Weaver in lane 3. They are off and racing. Hartzler in lane 1, our future slime maker. Juarez, our future vet. Brandon, our future panda proctologist. I mean, somebody's got to do it, right? Those three champs across the line.
All right. Information is in for Heat 969, Phase 1. And it is Olivia Hartzler stepping out front, followed by Rihanna Juarez at .029 and Brandon Weaver at .038.
We have a hold for run out here as our champions get their photographs done down at the run out area. Congratulations again to Carly Murphy. Okay, so run out is clear. We're going to get the champs loaded back in for Heat 964, Phase 3. Lane 1, it's going to be car 730 of Ethan Elston. Lane 2, car 749 of Cameron Wyant. And in lane 3, it's car 737 of Blake Elston. And we are racing. Ethan Elston, lane 1. Cameron Wyant, lane 2. Blake Elston in lane 3. Ethan had the edge after phase 2, but only by 7/1000ths over Cameron. And this looks close again. Here they come.
It was close indeed, but it's Ethan Elston that stood up and took the win for heat number 964, followed by Cameron Wyatt, .027, and Blake Elston with .489. So Ethan's going to be car.
This next car coming down, this is going to be a trial run. Usually we see these in cases where champs couldn't make it here by Sunday or on Sunday when we normally do our trial runs. We want to make sure they get on the hill at least once before they go into competition. Our test run crosses the finish line. We'll see that champ again tomorrow in our local challenge here at Derby Downs. Heat 923, phase 2 is next. Lane 1, it's car 600 of Kylie Kirk. Kirk in lane 1, and in lane 3, it is car 601 of Alexa Mello. Mello in lane 3. And they are racing. Who's going to move on, Kylie Kirk or Alexa Mello? Alexa Mello in lane 3, your leader after the first phase by .069 over Kylie. But these are two very good champs as they cross the line.
The data is in for Heat 923, and it is Alexa Mello moving on to the next round. Kylie was not far behind with a .05. The 601 car must be lucky, huh?
On track now, you've got Heat 970, phase 1, lane 1. It's going to be Cash Chapel from Providence, Kentucky. And in lane 2, you've got Leanne Sally from Madisonville, Kentucky. A couple of Region 12 champs making their way down. A future engineer, a future professional axe thrower have crossed the finish line.
And it was Leanne Sally coming out in front on the first phase, Heat number 9, followed by Cash Chapel at .027.
Getting set to go next, Heat 968, phase 2, lane 1. It's Micah Adkins, the birthday boy in car 710. Lane 2, it's Amelia Frampton in car 743. And in lane 3, it's car 718 of Vincent De La Croix. And they are on track. Atkins wants to be a farmer. Amelia, a dance teacher. Vincent, an e-sports creator. Champs making their way down. And here they come underneath the bridge at the finish line.
Phase 2 goes to Vincent Delacroix, followed by Micah Adams at .101, and Amelia Frampton at .131.
Next up, Heat 971, Phase 1, Lane 1. It is Lily Brand from Omaha, Nebraska in car 732, Brand Lane 1. Lane 2, car 726 from Omaha, Nebraska, Audrey Lou Myers. Myers in Lane 2, and in Lane 3, it's car 750 from Hudson, Ohio. It's Reagan Nelman. And those champs about halfway down now. Here they come. They're going to cross the tunnel, pass in front of the grandstand, and come in for the finish between Brand, Myers, and Nelman.
Heat 971, Phase 1 finds Lily Brand out in front, followed by Reagan Nelman with a .030, and Audrey following up with .033.
969, Phase 2 is next. Lane 1, car 762 of Brandon Weaver. Weaver in Lane 1. Lane 2, it's car 744 of Olivia Hartzler. Hartzler in Lane 2. And in Lane 3, it's car 727 of Rihanna Juarez. Juarez in Lane 3. These three champs on track. Phase 1 went to Olivia Hartzler in this one by .029 over Rihanna, .038 over Brandon. So we'll see if our future slime maker can keep the lead or whether she will cede it to our future veterinarian or our future panda proctologist. Lou's laughing. Hey, if it's on the what I say earlier, if it's on the bio cards, it must be true. Must be.
Well, I do know one thing that's true. This 969B sees Olivia Hartzler out in front, but not too far behind is Rihanna Juarez with .015 and Brandon Weaver at .039. So we got one more phase to go. As they say, anything can happen.
You know why, if it's on the bio card, it must be true? Because Derby kids wouldn't lie. Derby kids are good kids, right?
Oh, heck no. Good thing you don't have my bio card.
Uh-oh. All right, so since we don't have cars and ramps, now I got to ask, Lou, what would be on your bio card? What would you say here?
Well, if I was 18 years old, just right out of high school, I'd do things a little different. I would like to maybe be a pilot and a meteorologist.
All right, very good.
Yep.
What would have been on mine? Back in the day, I wanted to be a game show host as a kid. And then I hosted for minor league baseball for a while, so I kind of got that. It's sort of the same. And people tell me I look like Drew Carey, so I mean, I guess, I don't see it, but other people do. I don't know what else I would have put on there. Jenna, did you ever put anything fun on yours? I wanted to go to film school. Okay. Studying neuroscience. Very cool. You weren't one of the people that put dumpster diving on your card. What was it, like 3 or 4 years? There would always be like 20 champs that put dumpster diving on their cards. Not you? Okay. All right, back to racing here. Rally stock division, this will be Heat 970, phase 2. Lane 1, car 758. It's Leanne Sally. Sally in lane 1. Lane 3, car 763 of Cash Chapel. Chapel in lane 3. Set to go between Sally and Chapel. And they are off and racing. Leanne Sally in lane 1, carrying the lead of .027 over Cash Chapel after one phase. A battle of Kentucky Rally champs here. Region 12 being well represented by Leanne and Cash. Here they come.
All right, Leanne Sally stepped up, and she took heat number 970. Close race indeed, .074 Cash for Cash Chapel.
So as we wait for our next group of cars to hit the starting ramps, do want to thank our sponsors, First Energy Corporation, AUI, Associated Underwriters Incorporated, Brennan Manna Diamond, Deloro, Rocher, and Thomas, Huntington Bank, Impel Wealth Management, Melco Products, Papa John's, Rotzel and Andrist, SC Fastening Systems, Sieberkeck Insurance Partners, State and Federal Communications, National STEM Ecosystems, TaylorMade Jewelry, and the University of Akron. And certainly we encourage you to support those who support the Derby. And when you do that, you tell them that you appreciate their support of the All-American Soapbox Derby. Heat 968, phase 3 coming up next. Lane 1, it's going to be car 718 of Vincent Delacroix. Delacroix in lane 1. Lane 2, it's going to be Micah Adkins. Adkins in lane 2. And in lane 3, it's going to be car 743 of Amelia Frampton. Frampton in lane 3. And we are racing. Delacroix, lane 1. Atkins, lane 2. Frampton in lane 3. And after 2 phases, we have Delacroix in the lead by a little over a tenth.
Here are the details for heat 968. It was Vincent Delacroix able to hold on and win the heat. Close behind was Micah Adams at .179 and Amelia Frampton at .236. So Micah and the 710 car will advance. Oh, Vincent goes on. My mistake. 718. 718 car. Yep.
Heat 971, phase 2 next. On track, it's Reagan Nelman in lane 1, Lily Brand in lane 2, and Audrey Lou Myers in lane 3. Brand was your leader after one phase by .030. And a close one as they cross the line. We'll get the results.
Phase 2 of Heat 971 goes to Lily Brand, followed by Reagan Nealman at .042 and Audrey at .059.
Heat 969, phase 3 is next. Lane 1, it's car 727 of Rihanna Juarez. Juarez in lane 1. In lane 2, car 762 of Brandon Weaver. Weaver in lane 2. And in lane 3, car 744 of Olivia Hartzler. Hartzler in lane 3. And we're off and racing. Juarez lane 1, Weaver lane 2, Hartzler in lane 3. Hartzler your leader after 2 by .015. We'll see if Rihanna or Brandon can close that gap. They cross the finish line. And we'll get some results.
Well, Jason, Rihanna was able to close that gap, and she took heat number 969, and followed by Olivia Hartzler, .038, and Brandon Weaver at .065. So Rihanna will be moving on.
As we wait for more cars, a reminder of what's to come here at Derby Downs this week. The local challenge takes to the track tomorrow. Then on Thursday, we'll have the All-Star race as well as the Legacy competition. On Friday, of course, the National Super Kids Classic on track here at Derby Downs. Then on Saturday, it all culminates with the 86th running of the First Energy All-American Soapbox Derby. For more information on the schedule this week, head to soapboxderby.org or check your race week guide for information on the schedule, all kinds of cool things to do here in Akron as well.
Heat 971 in rally stock. We have cars on the track. In lane number 1, we have Audrey Lemires. And we have Reagan Nillman in lane 2. Coming down the track and looking good. And Lily Brand over in lane number 3. She has been our leader in this heat so far. We'll have more information for you here in just a second. All right, the final information is in for Heat 971, and it goes to Lily Brand. Right behind Lily at .017, it was Audrey Lou Myers and Reagan Nillman at .059.
Heat 972, phase 1 is next. Lane 1, it is car 730 of Ethan Elston. Elston in lane 1. Lane 2, car 741 of Alicia Swinderman. Swinderman in lane 2. And in lane 3, it's car 747 of Alea Gear. Gear in lane 3. Champs from region 4 and 6 represented here as they are ready to cross the finish line.
Phase 1 results for Heat 972 shows Ethan Elson out in front, followed by Alea Gear with only 12 1,000ths and Alicia Swinderman only 17 1,000ths. We have 2 more phases to go. Anything can happen.
Moving to Heat 973, phase 1 next for our stock division. Lane 1, it's going to be car 739 of Delaney Nichols. Nichols in lane 1. Lane 2, it's car 709 of Hudson Manning. Manning in lane 2. And in lane 3, it's car 738 of Parker Demers. Demers in lane 3. And they are racing. It's Nichols in lane 1, Manning lane 2, Demers in lane 3. These champs' favorite activities, Delaney said, watching dance moms, swimming, summer camp, bike rides, cheerleading, among others. For Hudson, skateboarding, mountain biking, swimming, crunch labs, and gaming. For Parker, Legos, Hot Wheels, video games, bike riding, four-wheeling.
Phase 1 in Heat 973. The winner, well, I should say the leader is Hudson Manning. Followed very closely by 7 thousandths is Delaney Nichols. And by 26 thousandths, it's Parker Demers. A great start to Heat number 973.
Loading up next, it'll be our championship heat for the Super Stock. And here are your competitors. Lane 1, car 601 from Clearwater, Florida, Alexa Mello. Mello in lane 1. Lane 2, it is car 629 from Morrisvale, West Virginia, Peyton Brake. Brake in lane 2. And in lane 3, it's car 622 from Gretna, Nebraska, Kelsey Van Wart. Van Wart in lane 3. They are off and racing. This is phase 1 of the championship heat in the AUI Rally Challenge for the Super Stock. Who's going to get that lead after phase 1 as these 3 champs come to the finish? And we'll get you those results once they're official. And taking the win in phase number 1 of our championship heat, it was Alexa Mello. 5.028 over Kelsey Van Wart and 0.052 over Peyton Brake. So Mello will have a lead going into phase 2 of the championship heat for the Superstock. As we wait for our next set of cars to hit the ramps, do want to thank all the foundations and civic supporters of the All-American Soapbox Derby, the Akron Community Foundation, the Barberton Community Foundation, the Glen R. and Alice V. Bogus Foundation, Bridgestone America's Trust Fund, the Bowman Fund, the City of Akron, the City of Cuyahoga Falls, the Mary S. and David C. Corbin Foundation, the County of Summit, First Energy Foundation, the Huntington Charitable Grant Program, the Lanner Family Foundation, the Maynard Family Foundation, the John A. McAlonen Fund of Akron Community Foundation, the J.M. Smucker Company, the Joan M. and Louis B. Perry Family Foundation, the John S. and James L. Knight Foundation, the Laura R. and Lucian Q. Moffitt Foundation, the Lanner Family Foundation, the Lloyd L. and Louise K. Smith Foundation, the Mary S. and David C. Corbin Foundation, the Maynard Family Foundation, the Ohio Hotel and Lodging Association, the Pinkerton Foundation, the Ritchie Memorial Foundation, the Robert O. and Anna Mae Orr Family Foundation, the Sisler McFawn Foundation, the State of Ohio, the Summit County Department of Community and Economic Development, the Summit Educational Service Center, the Synthomer Foundation, the Verna McKibben Memorial Foundation, the Welty Family Foundation, and the Women's Endowment Fund of Akron Community Foundation. And we have cars in the ramps. This is heat 972, phase 2. Lane 1, it's going to be car 747 of Alea Gear. Gear in lane 1. In lane 2, it's car 730 of Ethan Elston. Elston in lane 2. And in lane 3, it's car 741 of Alicia Swinderman. Swinderman in lane 3. Looks like they are set to go. And we are racing. Gear lane 1, Elston lane 2, Swinderman in lane 3. Good first phase between these three. Elston won it, but only by 12 1,000ths over Alea and 17 1,000ths over Alicia Swinderman. Some good competitive racing between these three. And they are down across the finish line cleanly.
Definitely have some competition going on, but for phase 2 of heat 972, Ethan Elston steps out front, followed by his two competitors that are 1,000th off from each other. Now, Alicia had a .024, and Aaliyah had .025, and this isn't over yet. We still have another phase to go.
Next up, heat 973, phase 2, lane 1. It'll be car 738 of Parker Demers. Demers, lane 1. Lane 2, car 739 of Delaney Nichols. Nichols in lane 2. And in lane number 3, it is car 709 of Hudson Manning. Manning in lane 3. And they are off and racing. Demers in lane 1, Nichols lane 2, Manning in lane 3. Another good first phase in this one, too. Manning got it by 7 1,000ths over Delaney Nichols. So Manning over in lane 3 leads the heat after one phase. Nichols trying to close that gap, as is Parker Demers. There is the finish line for those three.
Phase 2 action of heat 973 with Hudson Manning stepping out first, followed by Delaney Nichols at .013 and Parker Demers at .043.
All right, so we've had to declare a rerun in our championship heat for the super stock. So let's try this again. 926 phase one. Lane one, it's going to be car 601 of Alexa Mello. Mello in lane one. In lane two, car 629 of Peyton Brake. Brake in lane two. And in lane three, it's car 622 of Kelsey Van Wart. Van Wart in lane three. And they are racing. Championship heat for the super stock in the AUI Rally Challenge. Phase one, take two. Mello in lane one, Brake lane two, Van Wart lane three. Three outstanding champs here. You know this one's going to be close. There's the finish line. And we weren't kidding. This was close. Kelsey Van Wart gets the phase. The gap to Alexa Mello in second. 3/1000ths of a second. Peyton Brake in third, just 7/1000ths of a second behind. 7/1000ths of a second covers them all, but Kelsey Van Wart will take the lead going into phase two of our championship heat in the Rally Super Stock. Up next, this is Heat 972, an elimination phase. Lane one, it's going to be car 741 of Alicia Swinderman. Swinderman in lane one. Lane two, car 747 of Alea Gear. Gear in lane two. And in lane three, car 730 of Ethan Elston. Elston in lane three. And they are off and racing. It's Swinderman in lane one, Gear lane two, Elston lane three. Elston, your heat leader after two phases. He's got a lead of .024 on Alicia, 0.25 over Alea. Will it be Elston moving on, or will one of the Ohio champs be able to get through?
Final results for Heat 972 finds Alicia Swinderman as our victor, followed closely by Ethan Elston at .011 and Alea Gear at .033.
Heat 973, phase 3 is next. Lane 1, it's car 709 of Hudson Manning. Manning in lane 1. Lane 2, car 738 of Parker Demers. Demers in lane 2. And in lane 3, it is car 739 of Delaney Nichols. Nichols in lane 3. They are racing. It's Hudson Manning in lane 1. Parker Demers, lane 2. Delaney Nichols in lane 3. Manning, your leader after 2. He's over there in lane 1, has .013 on Delaney Nichols, .043 on Parker. As they race down towards the finish.
Results in from Heat 973, and we have Hudson Manning as our winner of the heat. I hear you all the way up here. Delaney Nichols came in at .024 behind and .072 for Parker Demers. So Hudson Manning moves on.
Okay, back to the championship heat of the Rally Superstock we go. Lane 1, it's going to be car 622, Kelsey Van Wart. Lane 2, car 601, Alexa Mello. And lane 3, car 629 of Peyton Brake. So we got through one phase, had to do a rerun. The second attempt at the first phase, these three champs, 7 1,000ths of a second first to third. Kelsey had first. It was 3 thousandths back to Alexa, then 7 thousandths back to Peyton. So let's see what happens here. They're getting close to the halfway marker now. Here they come down over the tunnel. Who's going to take the lead into the final phase? We're about to find out. And taking a look at Heat 926 through 2 phases, your leader is Kelsey Van Wart by .016 over Alexa Mello and .030 over Peyton Brake. So Kelsey Van Wart will have a lead going into the final phase of the championship heat in the AUI Rally Superstock Challenge. All right, cars and ramps, time to name a champion in the AUI Rally Challenge for the Superstock division. This is Heat 926, Phase 3. Lane 1, it'll be Peyton Brake in car 629. Lane 2, it's going to be Kelsey Van Wart in car 622. And in lane 3, it's going to be Alexa Mello in car 601. Those three champs getting set to go here. And in this championship heat, you actually have two of the top three in the All-American for the Rally Superstock from last year. Kelsey Van Wart, our defending champion. Peyton Brake came in second. They're on track to name a champion in the AUI Rally Challenge. Here they come. Brake lane 1, Van Wart lane 2, Mello lane 3. Van Wart your leader through 2. Mello in second, 0.016 back. Brake with a gap of just 0.030. There they are across the finish line. We'll tell you who our champion is in just a moment. All right, your final results. In third place, it is Peyton Brake of Morrisville, West Virginia in third place. In second place, it's Alexa Mello of Clearwater, Florida. And that means your AUI Rally Challenge champion in the Superstock division from Gretna, Nebraska, it's Kelsey Van Wart. Kelsey Van Wart, the champion in the AUI Rally Challenge for the Superstock. Congratulations to Kelsey. About as good a start as you can ask for. So congratulations again to Kelsey Van Wart, Rally Superstock World Champ a year ago, and AUI Rally Superstock Champion here today. Also, congratulations to Alexa Mello in second. Great runs from Alexa all day, as well as Peyton Brake. I think our Rally Superstock division is going to be fun to watch on Saturday. That is for sure. And also, in the All-Star race coming up on Thursday. Our Rally Superstock competition done. Our Rally Masters competition done. That leaves us just with Rally Stock. And I was just told we're down to our final 6 in Rally Stock. So starting to whittle our way down to the championship heat here. Heat 974, phase 1 up next. Lane 1, it's car 718 of Vincent Delacroix. Delacroix in lane 1. And in lane 3, it's car 727 of Rihanna Juarez. Juarez in lane 3. And they are off and racing. 2 of our final 6 in the stock division of the AUI Rally Challenge. Champ from Region 9 in lane 1, a champ from Region 4 in lane 3. There they are across the finish line.
All right, results for Heat 974. It is Vincent Delacroix stepping out front, and Rihanna Juarez was off by 0.25.
Heat 975, phase 1 on the ramp, set to go. Lane 1, it's car 732 of Lily Brand. Brand in lane 1. And in lane 3, it is car 758 of Leanne Sally. Sally in lane 3. Brand out of Region 4, Sally out of Region 12. 2 more of our final 6 in the stock division. One of these champs goes to the championship heat. And here they come down across the finish line.
And phase 1 portion of Heat 975, It's Leanne Sally stepping out front, followed closely by Lily Brand at .030.
And that'll bring us to Heat 976, Phase 1 next. Lane 1, it's car 741 of Alicia Swinderman from Rittman, Ohio. Swinderman in Lane 1. And in Lane 3, it is car 709 from Fortville, Indiana, Hudson Manning. Manning in Lane 3. They're off and racing. Swinderman from Region 6, Lane 1. Manning from Region 5 in Lane 3. First phase of our third heat in this round. This round of 6 for the rally stock. They cross the finish line.
We're at Heat 976, Phase 1. And it will be Alicia Swinderman taking her lead into the next round. Hudson Manning came in with .040.
So as we send our rally stock champs back up top, at the finish line, taking the official winner's picture in the rally super stock, it's Kelsey Van Wart. All right, so we've got cars loaded into the blocks. Congratulations again to Kelsey Van Ward, our super stock champion. As they clear the victory celebration off for the finish line, we are just about ready to continue in the stock division. Going to be heat 975, phase 2 first. This is an elimination phase in this two-car affair. Lane number 1, it's car 758 of Leanne Sally. Sally in lane 1. And in lane 3, it's car 732 of Lily Brand. Brand in lane 3. We're about to find out who gets the first berth in the championship heat for the stock division. Camps look like they are just about ready to go. And we are racing. Leanne Sally in lane 1, Lily Brand in lane 3. Sally .030 to the good after one phase over Lily Brand. Will it be a future Pro X thrower or a future pop singer going to the championship heat? We're about to find out. There's the finish line.
Results are in for heat 975, and it is Leanne Sally going to be advancing on to the next round. Lily Brand came in with a 041.
So Leanne Sally headed to the championship heat. And we get ready for heat 974, phase 2. Lane 1, car 727 of Rihanna Juarez. Juarez in lane 1. And in lane 3, it is car 718 of Vincent De La Croix. De La Croix in lane 3. And we are racing between Juarez and De La Croix for a spot in the championship heat. De La Croix in lane 3, your heat leader after one by .025 over Rihanna. Vincent and Rihanna past halfway. They cross over the tunnel. Here they are in front of the grandstands. And they have crossed the finish line.
Results are in heat 4, and it is Vincent. It is Vincent De La Croix, Rihanna Juarez behind by .028.
So Vincent De La Croix goes to the championship heat. And we go to 976, phase 2. To complete the field in that championship heat. Lane 1, it's car 709 of Hudson Manning. Manning in lane 1, and in lane 3, it's car 741 of Alicia Swinderman. Swinderman in lane 3, off and racing. Swinderman over in lane 3 had the lead after that first phase by .040. But Hudson Manning, we'll see if he can get it done over there in lane 1. Here they come in for a finish between Manning and Swinderman.
Heat 976, it's Alicia Swinderman. Yeah. And Hudson Manning behind by .033. So Alicia Swinterman will advance.
Congratulations to Alicia Swinderman. So that means that only the championship heat remains in the stock division. And while we wait for our championship heats in the stock division, we thanked all our sponsors. We want to thank AUI again for being the title sponsor of today's AUI Rally Challenge. Also want to thank all the volunteers working hard today at topside at the starting line. At run out, of course, the bridge crew here. The bridge crew second to none as always. We really appreciate all the volunteers, and I know the bridge crew appreciates all the volunteers. They're out there in the sun while we're sitting here in the shade all day. It's always 10 degrees cooler up here. But we mean it. We can't do this without the volunteer help. So thank you to everybody. I know we were putting the call out for run out help earlier this morning. All right, it's time for the championship heat in the AUI Rally Challenge for the stock division. This is heat 977, phase 1. In lane 1, it'll be car 718 from Walworth, New York, Vincent Delacroix. Delacroix in lane 1. In lane 2, it'll be car 758 from Madisonville, Kentucky, Leanne Sally. Sally in lane 2. And in lane number 3, it'll be car 741 from Rittman, Ohio, Alicia Swinderman. Swinderman in lane 3. And as we see these champs getting settled here, just about ready. And we are racing in the championship heat for the stock division. Delacroix, lane 1, Sally, lane 2, Swinderman, lane 3. That's a champ from Region 9 against the champ from Region 12 against the champ from Region 6. They're past halfway. They're across the tunnel. They passed in front of the grandstand and across the finish line. Very close. And we give the first phase to Leanne Sally. Sally takes phase 1 by .012 over Alicia Swinderman and .024 over Vincent Delacroix. So Leanne Sally will have the lead going into phase 2 of our championship heat in the stock division. Starting to see some activity at the starting line. We are just about ready for phase 2 of our championship heat in the Rally Stock Division. And our lane assignments for phase 2 look like this. Lane 1 belongs to car 741 of Alicia Swinderman. Swinderman will be in lane 1. Lane 2, it'll be car 718 of Vincent Delacroix. Delacroix in lane 2. And in lane number 3, it'll be car 758 of Leanne Sally. Sally in lane 3. Those 3 champs climb aboard. And getting those final instructions. Looks like everybody's in position, set to go in phase 2. And we are racing. Swinderman, lane 1. Delacroix, lane 2. Sally in lane 3. That first phase went to Leanne Sally by .012 over Swinderman, who's now in lane 1. .024 over Delacroix, who's now in lane 2. More close racing for these 3. Here they are at the finish line. And your times after 2 phases, the lead still belongs to Leanne Sally. Now it's .020 over Alicia Swinderman and .070 over Vincent Delacroix. So 1 phase to go. We'll see if Leanne Sally can keep that lead, or if Swinderman or Delacroix can come back in the final phase of the day, coming up in just a few minutes. And a reminder as we get ready to take the champs back up to the top. Tomorrow we're back here for the local challenge. I hope you'll join us for that. Also, Thursday, All-Star Race, Legacy Race, and Topside Show here at Derby Downs. Friday, of course, the National Super Kids Classic, and then Saturday, the 86th running of the First Energy All-American Soapbox Derby. And we'll conclude the weekend Saturday night with the award ceremony at the Akron Civic Theater. Always cool as somebody who, I don't live in Akron anymore, but I did for a long time, and I still get down here from time to time. I live in the Cleveland area, so I'm down here quite a bit. But it's always cool to see downtown Akron come alive on Saturday night with all the Derby champs and all the Derby families. There's usually a Rubber Ducks game, and there is this Saturday as well. It's just cool to see downtown Akron that packed between what's going on at Canal Park, what's going on with the Derby. It's always, always a fun sight to see on Saturday night. All right, we have cars rolling in right now. That means it is time for the last phase of the day. All right, here are your lane assignments for phase 3 of our championship heat in the AUI Rally Rally Stock Challenge. Lane 1, car 758 of Leanne Sally. Sally in lane 1. In lane 2, it is car 741 of Alicia Swinderman. Swinderman in lane 2. And in lane 3, it's car 718 of Vincent Delacroix. Delacroix in lane 3. Just about set to go. And we are racing for the championship in the stock division. Sally in lane 1, Swinderman in lane 2, Delacroix in lane 3. It was Sally in the lead after 2 by .020 over Swinderman, .070 over Delacroix. As they cross over the tunnel, who's going to be our champion? And here are your results. Third place goes to Vincent Delacroix of Walworth, New York. Delacroix in third place. In second place, it is Alicia Swinderman of Rittman, Ohio. Swinderman in second place. And your AUI Rally Stock Challenge champion for 2024, it's Leanne Sally of Madisonville, Kentucky. Sally, your champion in the AUI Rally Challenge for the stock division. Congratulations to Leanne Sally. Had 18 rally wins on the season. And now has a Rally Challenge championship to her name. Congratulations to Leanne Sally. And that'll do it for day 1 of racing on Derby Week here at Derby Downs. We'll see you tomorrow morning for the local challenge. Until then, for Lou Snodgrass, I'm Jason Sokol. Good night, everybody.